Shui Jilan was fighting with 3 puppets in the minor god realm and had just conquered a city. The puppets of the little god realm have already entered, and no one can stop them. At this time a red line appeared in the sky. Xiaohang returned to Shui Jilan's shoulder and squeaked a few times. Shui Jilan's face turned very ugly, he has so many summons of the minor god realm. Xiaohang found the central location and also found Lin Moyu's summons. Tens of thousands of skeleton god generals in the realm of minor gods are very terrifying. Shui Jilan was shocked and felt frustrated. How can she fight against such an opponent? Looking at his own puppets again, there are only 3 puppets in the realm of the little god. There is absolutely no comparison. Qing Fei is in a similar situation to her. The birds that the magic weapon spread out became her eyes. Then she saw Lin Moyu's army of skeleton god generals. Seeing the skeleton god generals' devastating attack on the city, Qing Fei's whole body was numb with shock. Her thoughts were similar to Shui Jilan's, there was no way to fight this. Suddenly she understood why Renhuang Network stopped broadcasting. Is it to protect Lin Moyu? It's not impossible. Qing Fei thought for a while and decided not to compete for the alien leader in the center. She went to find the token and the stone tablet with peace of mind, and competed for the second place with peace of mind. Anyway, I can't hope for first place. After capturing 3 cities in a row, Lin Moyu finally saw the first stone monument. 10 times suddenly appeared after all the aliens in the city were completely killed. This also confirmed his conjecture. The difficulty of finding stone tablets and tokens here has increased significantly. The time required will also increase exponentially. But the first stage only lasts 10 days in total. You must reach the first floor and complete the first token and stone tablet tasks within 10 days. This also tells everyone that they cannot waste too much time on the second level. Even if you want to kill the alien leader in the center, you must first find the stone tablet and token to leave yourself a way out. But this rule is the most beneficial to Lin Moyu. Because the number of the undead army is large enough, he can attack both ways without any impact on him. Looking at the 9 characters engraved on the stone tablet, the number is 9, and the corresponding token is also numbered 9. In the final analysis, it is still strength. As long as the strength is strong enough, even the rules will become advantageous. In other words, the rules set by the strong always favor the strong. Lin Moyu reached out and patted the stone tablet, turned around and left. As usual, 10 skeleton gods will be left behind to guard the location. The skeleton god warrior discovered a giant beast 1,000,000 kilometers away from the stone monument. A large number of skeleton gods rushed over, and the battle ended quickly. Lin Moyu arrived late to pick up the loot. It is a token numbered 6. Most of the rules in the second level have not changed, only some adjustments have been made. The monsters simulated by the formation are stronger, and the behemoths are still real, not a simulation of the formation. Compared with the third level, the battle power of the giant beasts in the second level has been improved, but it is still within the range of the minor god. Lin Moyu felt that the combat power of the behemoths on the second level was on par with Chuxiong Zhuangbi, but not as good as Qing Fei, Dongfeng Zhe, and others. According to this estimate, the combat power of the giant beasts on the first level should reach the peak of the little god lord, Tai Pingqing, and others. The alien race simulated by the first level of formation may have reached the 9th level of the god king. Finally, the skeletons found the center point. There is a huge city at the center, larger than any other city. As long as you see the city, you can tell at a glance that this is the center point. In the center of the city, there is a tall tower. On top of the tower, an abyss dragon demon was entangled. The alien leader, the abyss dragon demon. Old friend. Among the demon clan, Lin Moyu is most familiar with the abyss dragon demon. It has to be said that, as the emperor of the demon clan, the abyss dragon demon indeed possesses extraordinary momentum. Just being there is enough to scare people. When Lin Moyu thought that the abyss dragon demon would be like a giant beast and it was real, he suddenly discovered that the abyss dragon demon was not real. The Abyss Dragon Demon has no soul. When he discovered that the Abyss Dragon Demon had no soul, Lin Moyu looked at it for a while without believing it. Lin Moyu felt numb after repeatedly confirming that the Abyss Dragon Demon had no soul. He suddenly realized why Renhuang Network had stopped projecting. The scene in front of you really cannot be seen by outsiders. Not only foreigners, but also people of the same race are not suitable for display. Maybe some people can't see anything, but there are always smart people in the world. Because the Abyss Dragon Demon in front of me is a god. The 4 territory lords were stunned one by one, with uncontrollable shock in their eyes. Wu De murmured, "No, the imitation spirit formation has reached such a level that even gods can create it." Zhu Tian said in a low voice, "You really can't let outsiders know, it will start a racial war." Yi Qingshuan's voice was excited, "If gods can be produced in batches, then our human race will stand above all other races." There was disbelief in Bai Binger's beautiful eyes. How it was done, there was no news at all in advance. "I seem to feel the power of faith from the formation." Patriarch Su's voice was majestic and deep. "What you saw must not be revealed to anyone." "Understood." The 4 people said in unison. They knew the seriousness of the matter. If outsiders were to know that the human race's imitating spirit formation had reached this point, a war among all races would definitely begin. Although the human race today is not afraid, it is not the time yet. Patriarch Su said, "Actually, the imitation spirit formation has not been completely successful yet, so this time we will use these little guys to conduct experiments." The 4 of them nodded slightly, indicating that they were almost successful if they were able to experiment. "We will continue to improve it, and I believe it will be put into use soon." I thought about how the imitation spirit formation could be put into actual combat. Just thinking about it made the 4 of them extremely excited. Lin Moyu was also a little shocked at this time. The formation actually created a god out of thin air. When he saw the formation simulating alien races in the God King realm out of thin air before, he was not shocked. Even if the formation could simulate a minor god, he would not be shocked. Later it was discovered that the little god realm behemoth was a real behemoth. At that time, he instinctively felt that the ultimate simulation limit of the formation was the God King. But now, his thoughts were completely shattered. The formation can simulate the God King and the God Lord, which are completely different concepts. Demons and other creatures simulated by the formation are no different from ordinary creatures except that they have no soul. The combat power is almost the same. If a large number of gods can be simulated, then once this formation is put into actual combat, how terrifying it will be. The combat power of the human race will increase geometrically. There is no need to doubt the human race's ability to create a large formation. It is not difficult for the human race to create a large formation that covers the galaxy. Just imagine, 2 armies are facing each other, and suddenly the human race throws out large formations. The enemy's opponents directly become simulations of the formation, without fear of death or injury, and their numbers are endless. Then why not beat him? Just give him a spanking and just commit suicide. However, Lin Moyu also noticed that the human race should not have the ability to imitate the growth of the divine realm at will. Otherwise, there is no need to be so secretive. Lin Moyu thought a lot at this moment, and finally said in a low voice, "Let me try. How powerful you are as a god." He quickly rushed to the center of the 2nd level, no longer using the castle to reach the city. At this time, the Abyss Dragon Demon located in the central city slowly woke up and let out an earth-shattering roar. Guide signs appeared in the sky, and the reminder from Renhuang Network sounded. The alien leader in the 2nd center has awakened, and players can go and kill him. Lin Moyu glanced at the large formation in the sky and shouted in his heart, "This is forcing me to offend others." Originally, he went there by himself and killed the Abyss Dragon Demon, but nothing happened. I don't think anyone else will find out. But now, his plan to secretly fight monsters was disrupted. Renhuang Network seems to have discovered his thoughts and deliberately caused him some trouble. Lin Moyu made up his mind, then let's go with the original plan. A large number of skeleton gods will fly out, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000, 100,000, 200,000. Millions of skeleton generals turned into streams of light one by one, surrounding the central city. From this moment on, the central city became a forbidden area, and Lin Moyu did not allow anyone to approach. Anyone who gets close will encounter the merciless attack of the skeleton god general. When the millions of skeleton gods of the little god realm were placed in front of them, the four territory lords were completely uneasy. Even Zhu Tian's eyes were blank at the moment, not knowing what happened. He knew that Lin Moyu would have many summons, an astonishing number. But normally, the higher the level of the summoned object, the smaller the number will be. The summoners in the Xuanwu Star territory are all like this. It has almost become common sense. But this common sense was broken by Lin Moyu. The other three people went towards him. Zhu Tian did not hesitate to throw away the blame. Don't look at it, if you have anything to do, ask God. The three of them made a sound, obviously not believing what he said. At this time, Patriarch Su said, this is also one of the reasons for turning off the projection. You must also ban Lin Moyu's matter. The four of them understood the seriousness of the matter. At this moment, Lin Moyu's height had already reached the level of the Helling Array Division. It is an absolute secret of the human race. The four of them are very smart, and they will think that if Lin Moyu continues to grow, his summons will continue to become stronger. One day, the summoned object turned into a god, and millions of gods went to the battlefield. What a scene it was. It seems that even the imitation spirit formation is not that important anymore. Millions of skeleton generals were densely packed, from the sky to the ground, surrounding the entire central city. Their long swords are not intended to fight to the death with the abyss dragon demons in the city. The function of the skeleton god general is to block all those who want to come over, so as not to disturb Lin Moyu. Dongfang's rushed to the ground and braked violently in the air to a stop. He stopped 10,000 meters away from the skeleton god general. At this time, the skeleton god general in front of him had raised his sword and pointed it at him. Dongfang felt that he was being targeted by waves of killings, and was very uncomfortable. He saw Lin Moyu among the skeletons from a distance, and his heart was shaken violently. Are these skeletons summoned by Lin Moyu? No wonder he was able to gain points so quickly when he was in Huanshan continent. A summoned object that is comparable to the little god realm is really scary. Although there were many skeleton generals, Dongfang was not afraid. He shouted at Lin Moyu, what do you mean? Lin Moyu seemed to be waiting for him. It doesn't mean anything, I just told you not to get close. Dongfang said in a deep voice, what if I want to get closer? Then you can give it a try. I don't mind eliminating you now. Lin Moyu's tone was calm and did not sound like a spark, but in Dongfang's ears it was completely different. Dongfang said coldly, do you know that doing this will arouse public anger? While he was talking, Wei Bowen arrived, and Qing Fei and Shui Jilan also rushed over. Everyone kept a considerable distance and did not get close. Dongfang deliberately amplified his voice so that everyone could hear it. Everyone could see that Dongfang was trying to provoke someone. Both Qing Fei and Wei Bowen are very powerful. Although he is still a minor god, he is far superior to the skeleton god general. If they really want to rush in, even though there are many skeleton generals, they may not be able to stop them. Soon, several others came over. In addition to Dongfang, there are two other minor gods in the divine city. Although their strength is not as good as Dongfang's, they are only a little bit behind. After the two of them arrived, they directly sided with Dongfang's. After all, they all come from the divine city, so they naturally belong to the same front. Another person from the Temple of War also arrived, and he and Wei Bowen stood together. Bai Xiao and Hu Tian from the White Tiger Star territory also arrived one after another. A stream of water fell from the sky and turned into a human figure beside Shui Jilan, senior sister Shui. I'm here. Soon, except for Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong, everyone who entered the second floor rushed here. Showing a proud smile, Lin Moyu, did you offend all of us? Although you have many skeletons, I admit that if it is a life and death battle, we are not against the people. But can they stop us alone? Dong Fengzhe was taking advantage of the situation, but what he said was also true. They're all here. The reason Lin Moyu didn't act immediately was because he was waiting for them. He glanced at everyone, are you planning to stop me? His voice became powerful, creating an invisible pressure. Dong Fengzhe and Wei Bowen's expressions changed slightly, feeling something was wrong. At this moment, they had the illusion of facing a powerful god. That is the oppressive force at the soul level. Lin Moyu has killed the gods, and more than one. I have faced the realm of the other side and endured the powerful curse left over from ancient times. Even if the quality of his soul is put aside, his energy and spirit cannot be compared to these people. Qing Fei was the first to shake her head. Junior brother Lin, don't get me wrong, I just want to see how you will kill the Abyss Dragon Demon. Qing Fei was the first to make a statement that she would not interfere with Lin Moyu. Dongfeng's expression turned ugly. In his opinion, he, Wei Bowen, and Qing Fei were the three strongest people. If Qing Fei stood by and watched, the threat to Lin Moyu would be greatly reduced. Dong Fengzhe looked at Qing Fei and whispered, are you willing to watch him kill the alien leader and get the magic weapon? When did the people of the Azure Dragon Star territory become so timid? Qing Fei's voice was cold, and she waved the green long sword in her hand lightly, letting out waves of dragon roars. You have no control over how I decide. If you say a few more words, I will fight with you right now. You. Dong Fengzhe was speechless. He didn't want to fight Qing Fei now. At this time, Shui Jilan also expressed her position. Junior brother Lin, I have no intention of competing with you. I am just watching and will not interfere. At this time, the figure next to Shui Jilan whispered, I have no objection to what senior sister Shui decides. Obviously, the two have a good relationship, and this person follows Shui Jilan's lead. The burly Hu Tian said loudly, I don't want to argue with junior brother Lin. I just want to see junior brother Lin's methods. Next to him, another player from the White Tiger Star territory did not speak. However, he retreated a distance and made his position clear. The cultivators of the four major star regions do not compete with Lin Moyu for their own reasons. Now there are only 3 people from Xinqing led by Dong Fengzhe, and 2 people from Wei Bowen's war temple. Both of them had trouble dealing with Lin Moyu and obviously didn't want to give up easily. Lin Moyu looked at them and said, you can take action at your own risk. The tone was still calm, not a threat, but more than a threat. Dong Fengzhe has a feeling that it's okay if he does it, and it's okay if he doesn't do it. He felt very unwilling, but looking at the densely packed skeleton generals, he really wasn't sure. There is no problem in rushing over, but what happens next? Lin Moyu ignored them and flew towards the city. The moment he entered the city, the Abyss Dragon Demon completely woke up and let out an earth-shattering roar. The terrifying coercion belonging to the God Lord swept across the world in an instant. All the clouds were blown away, revealing the huge formation in the sky, which was clearly visible. The ground cracked, cracks appeared in countless gravels, and the city almost collapsed. Dong Fengzhe and others' expressions changed at the same time. God. It's actually a god. The Abyss Dragon Demon of the Divine Realm. Sighs were made one by one. No one expected that the leader of the foreign race would be a god. They originally thought that the Abyss Dragon Demon was just like other giant beasts, just a minor god, at most the pinnacle of minor gods. Dongfangs felt that as long as he was still a minor god, he could kill him with just a lot of effort. But facing the god, he had no other choice but to have a certain degree of confidence in protecting himself. Even if everyone present works together, they may not be able to defeat the god. Dong Fengzhe, who was still debating whether to take action or not, had no idea of taking action at this moment. Fighting against the God Lord, no matter how many skeletons you have, it will be useless. The power of the God Lord is far beyond what the lesser God Lord can match. Dongfangzhe thought in his heart and began to retreat quickly to avoid being affected. Not only was he retreating, but Wei Bowen and others were also retreating. There was a tacit understanding between the two parties. On the contrary, Qing Fei and others did not retreat. It seemed that they had great confidence in Lin Moyu. Qing Fei didn't know why, but her intuition told her that the Abyss Dragon Demon in the Divine Realm was not Lin Moyu's opponent. Shui Jilan also had a similar intuition, so she didn't retreat. Lin Moyu felt the divine aura emanating from the Abyss Dragon Demon and shook his head slightly. Compared to the real divine being, it's still a little bit worse. He has fought against several gods and knows the strength and weakness of the gods very clearly. Although the Abyss Dragon Demon in front of him has similar aura and pressure as the god, it is still a bit inferior. Lin Moyu thinks it may be related to the formation. After all, it is something simulated by the formation, which is very different from the real beings in the divine realm. Another point is that the god's signature ability is to mobilize the power of the Law Galaxy. I don't know if the Abyss Dragon Demon in front of me can do it. Lin Moyu sighed, showing a little disdain. Try it, I hope you won't disappoint me. His subtle expression was noticed by Dongfang's, which made Dongfang's curse. What kind of expression is he looking at? He actually disdains it. He is so disdainful in the face of the deity. Does he look down on the deity? Wei Bowen also noticed Lin Moyu's expression. His expression was a little strange, and he didn't seem to take the deity seriously. Qing Fei and Shui Jilan had different feelings. In their eyes, Lin Moyu was a little disappointed with the deity. They didn't understand, they just instinctively felt that there was something wrong with the Abyss Dragon Demon. It's a pity that with their eyesight, they can't see the problem. Not only Dongfangzhe and others, but also the 4 domain masters noticed Lin Moyu's expression. Knowing the inside story, they read other information from Lin Moyu's subtle expression. Yi Qingxian whispered, "This kid seems to have seen something." Bai Binger didn't believe it. Is this possible? He is just the God King, it is impossible to see the clues of the formation. Yi Qingxian shook his head. It's hard to say, I always thought he was unusual. Wu De suddenly said to Zhu Tian, "Zhu Laosan, this is your man, what do you think his expression means?" Zhu Tian chuckled, "You'll find out after reading it." Read on. Lin Moyu raised his hand and pointed in the air. Boom! The heaven and earth shook violently, and the entire formation received a burst of impact. Gray flames appeared in the sky, instantly covering the entire city. The flames shot straight into the sky, burning fiercely, but strangely without any warmth. A coercion that was not weaker than the Abyss Dragon Demon slowly emerged from the flames. The 4 domain masters also showed shocked expressions, and even the ancestor of the Su family in the other side realm looked at Lin Moyu at this moment. Everyone outside the city showed horror. Dongfangs exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of magic is this? How can it have the pressure of the divine realm?" Wei Bowen also growled, "How can a mere god king cast such a spell? Even my god of war temple doesn't have such a spell." Qing Fei sighed softly, "Junior brother Lin indeed has a trump card." Shui Jilan, like the little red elf on her shoulder, had her eyes wide open at this moment. "I feel that the gray flames are very dangerous and can burn me to death." In the gray flames, the huge skull throne of the sun emerged. The skeleton throne is extremely exquisite and exudes a vast atmosphere. The throne alone is like an instrument from a distant era, exuding great majesty. It's different. Lin Moyu saw some differences in his eyes. He knew that after he reached the 4th level of the God King, the Skeleton King might reach the level of the God King. This is indeed the case, but I didn't expect that it was not the Skeleton King that transformed first, but the Skeleton Throne. The Skeleton Throne did not become larger, but rather shrunk compared to before. Lin Moyu naturally knows that the size of the Skeleton Throne basically represents the size of the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King of the Little God Realm is 100,000 meters tall. The skeleton throne at that time could be described as covering the sky and the sun. The skeleton throne at this moment is only more than 10,000 meters away, which means that the skeleton king is only 10,000 meters away at most. The skeleton throne flew out in the gray flames, like a supreme throne, floating in mid-air, confronting the abyss dragon demon. Waves of huge coercion emanated from the skeleton throne. Then a huge gem on the throne lit up, the light intertwined, and the skeleton king appeared on the throne. Just as Lin Moyu thought, the skeleton king has indeed become smaller, from Tian Wanmi to Wanmi. But the skeleton king has also become stronger. The original skeleton king was completely naked. Although he was big and powerful, there was something missing. Now the skeleton king is wearing a piece of exquisite armor. The armor is as white as jade and reflects the metallic luster. Two different kinds of luster appear together at the same time, which looks extremely extraordinary. The skeleton king's head was also covered with a thick helmet, revealing only a pair of terrifying red eyes. The skeleton king stood up from the throne, and the bone cloak behind him instantly ignited and was covered in flames. The skeleton king reached out and slapped the skeleton throne hard. The skeleton throne exploded, and the exquisite main throne instantly formed an equally exquisite bone sword. The skeleton king held the bone sword with both hands and walked out of the flames. At this moment, he transformed into a terrifying flame warrior. The abyss dragon demon seemed to feel the power of the skeleton king, roaring with a dragon roar, and flew towards the skeleton king. The skeleton king's eyes glowed red, and in an instant, a galaxy of laws appeared above the skeleton king's head. The white bones in the galaxy of laws are gentle, as if there are countless skeletons floating in it. Lin Moyu felt awe-inspiring in his heart. This was the law of the skeleton king, the law of the bones. Skeleton king has become different, completely different from before. The skeleton king in the divine realm actually has his own laws. In this way, other skeletons will also have their own laws after reaching the divine realm. They are both gods, but there is a huge difference in whether they have laws of galaxies and whether they can mobilize the power of galaxies. The galaxy of laws poured out, and countless bones turned into the power of laws, converging on the skeleton king. The bone sword passed by, hidden in the cold sword light. Spell, kill god. The sword light exploded, and Lin Moyu clearly felt that the power of this sword was extremely terrifying. The sword not only contains the skeleton king's own law of bones, but also contains his own law of immortality. The two laws are almost perfectly integrated, further increasing their power. Before the abyss dragon demon could rush in front of the skeleton king, bright sword light suddenly erupted from his whole body, and his body was torn apart in the sword light. The abyss dragon demon didn't even have a chance to scream, it was torn apart in the sword light, and then turned into powder. It didn't even need a formation to take it back, it had already disappeared between heaven and earth. Killed the abyss dragon demon with one sword. The skeleton king, who is also a god, has a combat power that far exceeds that of the simulated abyss dragon demon. At this moment, Dongfangs and others were completely shocked and speechless. With their understanding, it is impossible to imagine what level of power this is. The king of gods reversed the path of the gods. Is this really something that humans can do? Even like Xiao Zhantian back then, according to the records of human history, Xiao Zhantian only completed the feat of overturning the God King when he was at the 9th level of the God King. He is also the only existence in the history of the human race that a God King can kill a god. After Xiao Zhantian, there were many geniuses, but none of them were able or had the opportunity to achieve this step. For example, Xiao Xing is known as the star of the human race, but it was only in the realm of the minor god that he completed the feat of defeating the god in 69-0. Unlike Lin Moyu, who was only at the 4th level of the God King, he accomplished this feat. It can no longer be described as being on par with the god of war. Lin Moyu's actions have completely surpassed the former Lian Zhantian. Dongfangs kept repeating, "This is impossible, this is impossible." Wei Bowen also stared in disbelief. The 4 territory lords were equally shocked and speechless at this moment, not much better than the others. They knew Lin Moyu was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. Patriarch Su's voice sounded slowly, "The future is promising." The future is promising, which is already a very high evaluation. That's an evaluation given by the other shore realm, which ordinary people can't get at all. Even if their 4 territory lords were at the pinnacle of the gods, they could only say a word in the mouth of Ancestor Su, and there was still a chance. Yes, they have a chance to step into the other side, but it's far less promising than Lin Moyu's future. The 4 of them realized that perhaps in the eyes of Patriarch Su, their status was far inferior to Lin Moyu. It is very likely that at some point in the future, Lin Moyu will surpass them and leave them far behind. When they think about Lin Moyu's age, they feel that the possibilities are endless. The Abyss Dragon Demon died, the formation suddenly moved, and the entire city turned into a point of light. The light spots gathered in the air and turned into a long sword, which flew directly into Lin Moyu's hand. The long sword is very gorgeous, with a delicate gem inlaid on the hilt, which looks as clear as a dragon's eye. This is not the real thing. As soon as he got the sword, Lin Moyu knew that this sword was also simulated by a formation. It feels like the real thing when you hold it, but it actually comes from the real thing. Lin Moyu is full of curiosity in his battle method and can simulate all kinds of creatures to the point where the fake ones look real. It can also simulate magic weapons and play some strange roles in formations. What a magical formation! However, this sword did not show its proper attributes. It had no other characteristics besides being gorgeous. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and learned to use the detection technique to land on the sword just like in the real world. Renhuang Network responded immediately. Violent sword, it can amplify the user's attack 10 times, and can be used up to 10 times. A very simple attribute that can increase attack power tenfold. A tenfold increase is a great temptation for anyone. If it fell into the hands of Dongfeng Zhe or Qing Fei, they would use this sword to perform the strongest attack, which would probably reach the level of a god. It's very useful to others, but to me, it doesn't seem to be of any use. This sword may be given to senior brother Zhuang and senior brother Chu, and the rules don't say it cannot be given to others. In this way, senior brother Zhuang and senior brother Chu may be able to achieve good rankings in the next stage. Lin Moyu thought, but the prerequisite is that Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong can pass the test of this stage and successfully enter the next stage. Now that the 2 are not here, Lin Moyu knows what they are doing. It's right not to come to the central area to join in the fun. It's better to take this opportunity to look for tokens and stone tablets. Maybe they already have results. Lin Moyu put away the violent sword, flew to the Skeleton King, and at the same time took back the million skeleton generals. Sharp eyes swept over Dongfeng Zhe and others. Do you still want to take action? Lin Moyu was condescending, looking down like a king, which made Dongfeng Shihui unhappy. But it was useless to be upset. He had to admit that he was no match for Lin Moyu. The 10,000-meter-long skeleton that Lin Moyu finally summoned had the power to crush him. If nothing else happens, the champion this time will be none other than Lin Moyu, and I don't have the ability to compete with him. Under Lin Moyu's gaze, Dongfeng snorted heavily and left without looking back. When Wei Bowen saw this, he turned around and left. Hu Tian clasped his fists towards Lin Moyu. Junior brother Lin, I admire you. Lin Moyu accepted it calmly and nodded slightly. Brother Tiger, I won't give it away. Hu Tian turned around and left, leaving only Qing Fei, Shui Jilan and the figure who had been standing at Shui Jilan. This figure has a hazy look, wrapped in a layer of water vapor, and his true appearance cannot be seen. In the player information, his name is Shui Xing, and he should be half acquainted with Shui Ji. Qing Fei said, Junior brother Lin, why don't you just eliminate Dongfeng Zhe and Wei Bowen? Lin Moyu said, if I want to eliminate them, I can do it on the 3rd floor. But it's not necessary, otherwise the next game will be meaningless. Lin Moyu is not exaggerating, he does have the ability to eliminate everyone on the 3rd level. But then the whole game becomes meaningless. Although he could win the championship, he couldn't see what happened on the second level or this magical formation. With the experience of the second level, Lin Moyu also wants to see what the first level looks like, so he will not eliminate Dongfangzhe now. It's still useful to keep them. Qing Fei didn't know Lin Moyu's true inner thoughts, but followed Lin Moyu's words. Junior brother Lin is really aloof. He regards the competition as a game. I'm afraid it has been like this from the beginning. Lin Moyu smiled and did not answer. Qing Fei did not continue to ask, and instead said, I no longer have extravagant hopes for the first place, but Qing Fei still has to fight hard for the second place. As she spoke, she looked at Shui Jilan not far away. Shui Jilan whispered, I want to compete for the top 5. Both of them are very determined and have their own goals. Lin Moyu smiled slightly, then I wish the 2 senior sisters immediate success. Qing Fei and Shui Jilan also left. They were going to find tokens and stone tablets. Lin Moyu did not act immediately. After killing the Abyss Dragon Demon, he already knew that he could go to the first level at any time. This is the right given to him by the rules. As for when to go, he can do it at any time, he only needs a thought. Lin Moyu was not in a hurry. After getting the violent sword, he had other ideas. When I first heard about the 4-star competition in the Suzaku battlefield, someone once said that Suzaku star may always be at the bottom. There were only a few times when we didn't finish last, and that was 3rd from the bottom. This time, he wanted to try to see if he could raise the overall score of the Suzaku star territory to 1st or 2nd place. It's definitely not enough for him to take 1st place alone. This is a comprehensive ranking. If Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong can be ranked 2nd and 3rd respectively, and they take the top 3, maybe they can do it. Originally this was impossible, but now that he had the violent sword, he saw a glimpse of hope. As a player in the Suzaku star territory, I have a spirit of team honor, more or less, but not much. The skeleton god general began to run around in the arena again. They were not looking for the city, but directly looking for the giant beast. As long as you have the token in hand, you can take the initiative. Shortly after the alien leader was killed, a beam of light shot straight into the sky. Contestant number 4 has received the token, and the formation has begun to guide the way. Follow the guide signs to find player number 4. There are guiding signs in the formation. You can follow the guiding signs to find player number 4. Senior brother Zhuang got the token? Lin Moyu thought for a while and summoned 100 skeleton generals. He handed the token he obtained to a skeleton god general and said, let's go, take it to senior brother Zhuang. 100 skeleton god generals immediately followed the guidepost and flew towards the village wall. Lin Moyu knew that Bai must be with Chu Xiong. He has already obtained a token, and he will send another token over. They only need to look for the corresponding stone tablet. Hundreds of skeleton gods will pass by, but also to protect them. In case Wei Bowen and Dongfangzhe want to snatch their tokens, there are hundreds of skeleton god generals there, enough to ensure their safety. Of course, Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong's own combat prowess is not bad, at least not worse than the 2 people from White Tiger Star 29 domain. Lin Moyu is just in case, he has been cautious for many years and cannot change it. The 4 domain masters were now staring at Lin Moyu without blinking. Bai Bing'er asked, strangely, why doesn't he go to the 1st floor? Wu De murmured, looking at them. They seem to want to find more tokens and eliminate others. Yi Qingxian shook his head, he let Dongfangzhe and Wei Bowen go before, which seems to be somewhat inconsistent with what he is doing now. Bai Bing'er frowned, I don't know what he is going to do, I can't figure it out. Zhu Tian laughed out loud, what's wrong with this? In fact, with his ability, if he wants to, he can eliminate everyone on the 3rd level. He didn't do that on the 3rd floor, and he won't do that now. Several people looked over and knew that Zhu Tian knew more about Lin Moyu than they did. Bai Bing'er snorted, don't show off, tell me quickly. Zhu Tian said, this boy has a special characteristic. He is extremely curious. He wants to get to the bottom of everything. As long as he discovers the characteristics of the imitation spirit formation, he will definitely explore it further, so he will not eliminate these people. Bai Binger's beautiful eyes widened. What do you mean? He regards these people as his exploration tools. Zhu Tian shook his head. That's too ugly to say. It might be better if we say game partners. Wu De interrupted Zhu Tian. It all means the same thing anyway. This guy has his own way, and I like it. Yi Qingshuan's eyes were thoughtful. Curiosity is a good thing, but it's not a good thing either. In the history of the human race, there have been many geniuses who died because of their curiosity. There are many dangerous places in the big world. Why does the human race set up such a strict authority system? If you don't have the strength to run around everywhere, the result will be death. Even for gods, even for them, some places are dangerous. In fact, the places the God King can go are extremely limited. Yi Qingxian looked at Zhu Tian and said, Zhu Laosan, maybe you have the chance to persuade him not to be so curious. He once had a disciple who was very qualified, but because he was too curious, he went to explore an unknown place and fell into it. Bai Binger frowned. If it's not convenient for you to tell me, I'll tell you. Anyway, I'm a domain lord, so I think it will give me face. The ancestor of the Su family spoke out at this moment. Everyone has his own way, so don't interfere. The ancestor of the other shore realm had spoken, and the four of them naturally did not dare to disobey, and they all put their minds aside. For them, the other side is the supreme existence. None of the four territory lords dared to disobey his words. The competition is still going on. Hundreds of skeleton gods turned into streams of light, flying at an astonishing speed of 150,000 kilometers per second, and quickly found the Zhuangbi Chuxiong workers along the road signs. After receiving the token brought by the skeleton god general, I saw the skeleton god general who had no intention of retreating. Zhuangbai knew what Lin Moyu meant. He immediately started looking for the corresponding stone tablet. While they were searching, a stream of light came quickly from far to near. Dongfang's came, his eyes were extremely evil. But when he saw the hundreds of skeleton generals, Dongfang's snorted angrily, turned around and walked away without stopping. After a while, Wei Boan also came, and his reaction was exactly the same as Dongfang's. They are not afraid of the hundreds of skeleton generals. The problem is that Lin Moyu is far more than the 100 skeleton generals. If you are entangled by them, more skeleton gods will come over, even the skeleton at the god level. Wei Boan and Dongfang are not fools, and they will not do this kind of thing. Now that Lin Moyu is too strong, they have no other choice but to retreat. Not long after they left, he came over. But she didn't leave or retreat. When she saw the skeleton god general, Qing Fei showed a true expression. Lin Moyu's behavior made her realize that Lin Moyu was not only superior in combat power, but also had a shockingly delicate mind. Qing Fei showed no malice, so Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong naturally wouldn't take action. The skeleton god general just watched without making any movement. Qing Fei cupped her fists towards Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong, two senior brothers. May I ask what symbols are on your tokens? Zhuang Bai was stunned for a moment, thinking about Qing Fei's purpose. Chu Xiong was the most direct. Sister, what's the matter with you? Just tell me. I'm a straightforward person and don't like beating around the bush. Qing Fei said, I found 2 stone tablets. If the tokens in the hands of the 2 senior brothers match up, it will save a lot of effort. If they don't match up, and if I find out anything, I can contact the 2 senior brothers in time to communicate with each other. Zhuang Bai already understood her purpose of coming. The token was not enough, he also needed a stone tablet. For 90, however, there is no pie in the world. Zhuang Bai knew that Qing Fei came here specially and must ask for something. Zhuang Bai said, tell me your request. Qing Fei smiled slightly and said straightforwardly, I found a giant beast, but with my ability, although I can kill it, it will take a lot of effort. The 2 senior brothers also know the current situation. Except for junior brother Lin, we have fallen into chaos. It's not a problem for me to protect myself. The key is that after the war, there will be losses. Zhuangbai understood. Okay, we will help you kill the giant beast, and you can help us find the stone tablet together. As he spoke, he took out the token and showed the two strings on the token. The symbol on one token is 7, and the symbol on the other token is 6. These two symbols are from ancient texts, and none of the three of them recognized them, but that didn't stop them from writing them down. Qing Fei pointed to token number 6 and said, "What a coincidence, I know where the stone tablet of this token is." Zhuangbai was overjoyed and said, "Okay, let's kill the giant beast first, and then you can take us to the stone monument." Suddenly, a stream of water fell from the sky and transformed into two figures. Shui Zhilan and her little followers arrived together, and Zhuangbai and Xiong suddenly became wary. Shui Zhilan said in a soft voice, "Two senior brothers and senior sister Qing Fei, please leave this matter to me." She pointed to the token numbered 7. Zhilan knows the location of this token's stone tablet. Because of Lin Moyu's relationship, Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong benefited unknowingly. Although Qing Fei and Shui Zhilan do not please Lin Moyu, they will not offend Lin Moyu. Women's intuition tells them that having a good relationship with Lin Moyu will only do them good and not bad. However, it was difficult to contact Lin Moyu directly, so their instinct made them choose Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong. Qing Fei has had contact with Lin Moyu, and from the brief conversation, she can probably tell what kind of person Lin Moyu is. After seeing the skeleton god general, she knew that she had made the right choice. Lin Moyu will ask the skeleton god general to come over, proving that these two people still have some status in Lin Moyu's heart. And they seem to have been with Lin Moyu during the game these days. At least they are good friends. Shui Zhilan also has her own ideas. She knew how strong she was, and she was still weaker than Qing Fei and Dong Fengzhe. Many of her combat powers are based on the puppets of the three minor gods. If she faced the giant beast alone, the three puppets in the realm of minor gods would be easily damaged, which would affect her combat power and be detrimental to the next stage of the competition. So choosing cooperation is a very good way. In addition, Shui Zhilan has further ideas, but she hasn't said anything yet. Naturally, Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong had no objection to the two beauties Qing Fei and Shui Zhilan's request for cooperation. After all, there is no harm to them. After discussing for a while, the four people decided to deal with the giant beast at a known location first, and then look for the corresponding stone tablet. As long as the token is in hand, the initiative is in their hands. Lin Moyu knew that the four people started to cooperate through the skeleton god general. He smiled and said, "You are a very smart person, and this win-win approach is not bad." He could naturally guess a thing or two about Qing Fei and Shui Zhilan's thoughts. With their joining, Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong would have no problem entering the first level. Even Qing Fei and Shui Zhilan would take the initiative to escort Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong into the first floor before they went in. This can be regarded as a gesture of goodwill. One day later, Zhuangbai, Chu Xiong, Qing Fei, and Shui Zhilan, plus Shui Zhilan's little follower, successfully killed 3 giant beasts and obtained 3 tokens. In addition to the tokens that Zhuangbai and Chu Xiong already had, the 5 tokens were exactly 1 for each of them. However, among the 5 tokens, only 3 stone tablets can correspond to them. The other 2 pieces still need to be found. Suddenly, several people received the message at the same time. Contestant number 3 has entered the first level. Chu Xiong said in a loud voice, "This guy is lucky." Qing Fei said that he would be the first to get married. Zhuangbai shook his head and said, "If it weren't for our sake, junior brother Lin should be the first." Shui Zhilan shook her head, "Actually, it doesn't matter whether it's the first one, just like when we enter the second level. New rules will be announced only after everyone comes in." Chu Xiong echoed, "Sister Zhilan said it right, so we don't have to worry, we just need to take it slow and steady." Qing Fei said, "I think we can go find the stone tablet now. We already have the token, now we just need the stone tablet." The directions of 3 stone tablets are already known, and there are 2 left. Shui Zhilan said, "According to the previous agreement, should we send the two senior brothers to the first floor first? Chu Xiong immediately shook his head. No, 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 let's find the other two stone tablets first, and then enter the first floor. Qing Fei looked at Zhuang Bai, who said, I didn't. Qing Fei hummed, all right. Zhuang Bai glanced at Chu Xiong, and there was something flattering in what Chu Xiong said just now. Not only just now, but throughout the whole day, Chu Xiong would cheer for anything Shui Jilan said. How could Zhuang Bai not know about Chu Xiong? Sima Zhao's heart was well known to everyone. This guy looks naive and careless, but he actually has a lot of eyes on his head. Shui Jilan didn't seem to be disgusted with Chu Xiong. Instead, she smiled brightly and seemed quite happy. Several people began to search for the location of the stone tablet. City after city was razed to the ground by them, and the alien races inside that were formed by formations were quickly wiped out. Another day passed, and Yubi and others finally found the location of the stone tablet. The reminder from Renhuang Network appeared again. Contestant number 6 has entered the first level. Wei Bowen also went in. Qing Fei took a deep breath and said, let's go in too. Now they can enter the first floor as long as they rush to the stone monument. On the occasion of parting, Shui Lan suddenly took out 5 fist-sized dolls. This is a concentric puppet I made. It has no other function than to position each other. When we enter the first floor, use the concentric puppets to locate each other, then find each other and continue to work together. Several people readily agreed to Shui Jilan's proposal. Several people have realized the benefits of cooperation, which is not only easy, but also safe. The efficiency may be slightly lacking, but it is not a race against time, so there is no need to compete for first place. There is actually not much difference between the first one to finish and the last one to finish. Qing Fei generously took a Tongxin puppet and said, then let's meet on the first floor. Chu Xiong and Zhuang Bai also took a concentric puppet each. The 5 people dispersed and headed towards the stone monument. Chu Xiong kept staring at the direction Shui Jilan left, refusing to take it back for a long time. Zhuang Bai raised his hand and patted his thick shoulder. Okay, don't look away. We'll see you again soon. Chu Xiong scratched his head. Lao Zhuang, what do you think of Sister Lan? Zhuang Bai pondered for a few breaths. She is beautiful and has a delicate mind. She is very good. Chu Xiong said, then you said, I have no chance? Zhuang Bai looked at Chu Xiong up and down, and saw that Chu Xiong had developed somewhat. Chu Xiong couldn't help shouting, Lao Zhuang, what do you mean? Zhuang Bai laughed and said, I won't joke with you anymore. Miss Shui doesn't seem to be disgusted with you. Keep working hard and the hope is not small. Chu Xiong received encouragement from Zhuang Bai and suddenly gained confidence. Chu Xiong said loudly, okay, I must marry Sister Jilan home. Zhuang Bai chuckled, come on, I'm optimistic about you. Chu Xiong suddenly said, Lao Zhuang, I think Qing Fei is not bad and she is a good match for you. Zhuang Bai looked at him and said angrily, have you eaten enough to hold yourself up? You didn't take care of your own affairs, and you still care about mine. Chu Xiong snorted, there are 2 brothers in the same generation. It's not okay for a brother to worry about you. I'm serious, you two are really good for each other. Zhuang Bai remained silent and didn't say anything. Chu Xiong was reluctant. I can tell by the look on your face that you must be interested in Qing Fei, right? Lise, how about me? Shut up. Zhuang Bai shouted softly, interrupting Chu Xiong's nagging. Without looking back, he flew towards another stone tablet. Chu Xiong scratched his head and murmured to himself, just tell me what's interesting. Why are you so hesitant? I don't think Miss Qing Fei hates you either. Suddenly, Zhuang Bai, who was walking away, stopped. In his hand, Chu Xiong's voice came out from the Tongxin puppet, which was Chu Xiong's mumbling to himself. Zhuang Bai's expression became extremely wonderful. This concentric puppet could actually transmit sounds. So Qing Fei and Shui Jilan also heard it. Zhuang Bai sighed secretly, thought for a while, and said nothing more. At this moment, Qing Fei and Shui Jilan both had extremely complicated expressions. But they didn't know what to say and kept silent in a tacit understanding. Lin Moyu also heard this through the skeleton god general from a distance, and couldn't help laughing. It's really interesting that 4 people can make such a move when they cooperate. But when I think about it, it does seem like a good match. Contestant number 2 has entered the first level. Contestant number 4 has entered the first level. Contestant number 5 has entered the first level. Contestant number 11 has entered the first level. Contestant number 13 has entered the first level. Prompts appeared one after another, and Zhuang Bai and the other 5 people all entered the first floor. Now, except for Lin Moyu, there are 5 people left on the second floor. They are number 7 and number 12 from the Divine City, and number 14 from the Temple of War. As well as number 17 and No. 18 from the White Tiger Star territory. Lin Moyu has met all of these people, and the one who impressed him the most is number 18 Hu Tian. Hu Tian is somewhat similar to Chu Xiong, and he has a relatively direct personality, which left a good impression on Lin Moyu. Another Bai Xiao named number 17, Lin Moyu has not dealt with him, but judging from the ranking, his strength is no worse than Hu Tian. It should be said that the 2 of them are not bad in strength. They are both dark horses who have risen step by step from the preliminaries. In the end, he defeated the seeded player and Pai squeezed into 166. Number 7 and number 12 in Shenzhen. Because of the existence of Dongfangzhe, their light has been covered up a lot. But I have to say that the 2 of them are still very strong, at least stronger than the 2 from the White Tiger Star region. The Temple of War is not weak either. Although it is ranked 14th, with the blessing of the secret method of the Temple of War, if there is a fight, the outcome is unpredictable. Judging from their strength, the second level cannot hold them back. If they follow the step by step, they can all enter the first level. But now Lin Moyu has become an unexpected factor. Lin Moyu holds the remaining 6 tokens in his hand. Relying on the advantage of the undead army, Lin Moyu moved forward together and took all the remaining tokens into his arms. As a result, now, if the 5 people want to get the token to enter the next level, they can only go to Lin Moyu. Hu Tian was the first to find them, bringing Bai Xiao with him. He and Lin Moyu have traded once before and have some experience. Lin Moyu was about to get the token, but he didn't eliminate them. Naturally, his purpose goes without saying. After Hu Tian arrived, he lowered his attitude slightly and said straight to the point, "Junior brother Lin, please make a price." Bai Xiao was still a little uncomfortable for a while, but Hu Tian had already spoken, so he didn't say anything more. There are only 2 ways before him now, either buy the token from Lin Moyu, or be eliminated. He was very unwilling to be eliminated like this, but he didn't seem to be willing to buy the token either. Lin Moyu threw a token to Hu Tian. "You don't have to buy it, I'll give it to you. As for him, the conditions are the same as yours." Hu Tian's eyes lit up and he immediately whispered a few words into Bai Zhao's ear. Bai Zhao's eyes were complicated, and he obviously didn't expect that this was what Lin Moyu needed. He imitated Hu Tian and recorded all his experiences about the power of faith on the jade tablet. He also gave the information he collected about the power of faith to Lin Moyu in exchange for a token to enter the lower area. The 2 took the token to thank Lin Moyu and left happily. The 4 territory lords looked at this scene. Bai Binger, the leader of the White Tiger Star territory, breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought this kid was going to open his mouth like a lion." Zhu Tian snorted. He was very measured. Wuhan University disagreed with Zhu Tian's words. "I don't think he is measured, but he knows what he needs very well." Thinking about it this way, it seems to be true. Lin Moyu was very purposeful from the beginning, and he may have already thought about it at the beginning of the transaction. Yi Qingxian said, "He needs information on the power of faith, and the White Tiger Star territory is good at this. Then what price should he offer for the War Temple in the Divine City?" Zhu Tian chuckled. Tell me, what are the differences between the divine city and the god of war temple? The three of them were shocked, because they had probably guessed what Lin Moyu wanted. Lin Moyu really knows what he needs. These days, when he was chatting with Su Jianxing once mentioned some features of the divine city. There are some special areas in the divine city where you can obtain some special materials. There are a lot of these materials, and their properties cannot be obtained even with detection techniques, and the level is not clear. It is somewhat similar to the mysterious piece of iron that Su Jianxing once obtained. What Lin Moyu wants now is this kind of material, whether it is useful or not, just do it. Su Jianxing said that although this kind of material is rare, it cannot be said to be precious, because its use is unknown. Generally, cultivators from the divine city will have a few of them. When the two from Shenqing came to the door, Lin Moyu made his request happily. The two also happily agreed to the exchange. What made Lin Moyu dumbfounded was that he got 2 more iron blocks, which were exactly the same as those given by Su Jianxing. I bet the mass production of this piece of iron is not small. As for the war temple, Lin Moyu asked for a secret method. There are many inheritances in the Zhan Vision section. Most of these inheritances left by Xiao Zhantian were obtained after annihilating other races. In the inheritance, there are many secret techniques. These secret techniques have been improved and can be used by humans, such as the powerful mysterious techniques seen in previous competitions. Some secret techniques are very precious and should not be taught to others. Some secret laws can be taught externally, and the Temple of War often uses them as rewards. Lin Moyu asked for a secret method called Zijing Body. Zijing Body is a secret method used to refine the body and comes from the Zijing tribe that has been exterminated. The purple gold body is naturally not suitable for human cultivation. Later, the senior human race also studied the purple gold body and tried to transform it. However, the transformation effect is not very good, and the human race does not intend to take the route of physical sanctification. In the end, the purple gold body became one of the rare secrets in the War Temple, and almost all members of the War Temple could refer to it. Now if you use it for trading, no one will care. After completing the transaction, Lin Moyu finally used his privileges and entered the first level. The atmosphere on the first floor is a bit dark and depressing. Dongfeng was the first to enter the first level, and he was recovering from his injuries at the moment. After a great battle, although he destroyed the enemy, he was also injured. There was a fierce light in his eyes, and he was also a little shocked and panicked. Why are the enemies on the first floor like this? Shortly after entering the first level, he encountered the first wave of enemies. To be precise, it was not an encounter, but a direct knock on the door. This is a 100-man team of the Golden Eagle clan. In this team, 99 people are the 9th level of the God King, and one of the leaders is the little god. Dongfeng didn't pay attention to such a team. The reason is that the opponent's little god is much weaker than him. But as soon as the battle started, he realized something was wrong. The Golden Eagle tribe actually formed a battle formation, and everyone's strength merged into one. Moreover, the characteristic of the Golden Eagle clan is that they are extremely fast, and he cannot avoid them at all. After the battle, although he defeated his opponent, he was also injured. Dongfeng gritted his teeth and said, based on this, the giant beast here may have reached the peak of the little god and become difficult to deal with. I may be able to win by using my secret skills, but I will have to pay a price. After thinking for a moment, Dongfeng made a decision. An hour later, Dongfeng's injuries basically recovered. Golden light appeared in the dim world, and Dongfeng suddenly became nervous. Someone came to the door again. His injury had just healed when someone else came over. Dongfeng immediately backed away without even thinking about it. But the Golden Eagle clan was faster than him, and they caught up in the blink of an eye, and another battle broke out, one battle after another, a constant battle. Dongfeng gradually gained experience. After each battle, he would have about an hour to rest and recover. In an hour, the enemy will come to your door. No matter how he dodges, it's useless, the enemy simply knows where he is. This gave him no chance to find the stone tablet and token, and time passed by fighting and recovering. Dongfang Zhe thought of Lin Moyu. This kind of scene seemed to be particularly beneficial to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's skeleton army is not afraid of the opponent's large number of people at all. This made him feel unfair, as if the rules had been favoring Lin Moyu. There is anger in my heart, but I want to express it, but I can't. He lost his temper again when he thought of a sentence in the rules that said no opinions were allowed. He gritted his teeth and accepted one battle after another, thinking depressedly, why don't those two guys come? The second person to enter the first level was Wei Bowen. The area he entered was the territory of the 3 silver tribes. Like Dongfang Zhe, he was attacked by the Sanning tribe. Different from the first 2 floors, the aliens in the first floor will actively look for enemies. It was as if they had become intruders. Wei Bowen also had similar thoughts to Dongfang Zhe, but he also knew that no matter how the rules changed, they would always favor the strong. Lin Moyu is strong enough, so no matter how the rules change, it will not change this fact. Later, Zhuang Bai and others also entered the first floor. After they entered the first level, they quickly passed through the concentric puppets, found each other's position, and moved closer to each other. When the 5 people met again, neither Qing Fei, Shui Jilan nor Zhuang Bai could point out the fact that concentric puppets could transmit sounds. Everyone seemed to understand it tacitly. It's just that a few people's faces looked slightly embarrassed, because they lost a bit of their naturalness. Chu Xiong couldn't figure out the situation and wanted to ask for details. Suddenly Qing Fei looked into the distance, and saw a dense darkness in the distance, with a group of demons flying towards a few people. Get ready to fight. Qing Fei shouted softly, the sound of the sword sounded, and the long sword was already in her hand. What they faced was also a fierce battle, exactly the same as what Dongfang Zhe and Wei Bowen faced. The difference is that they are 5 people gathered together, but the number of enemies they encounter is the same as that of a single person. It is not difficult for 5 people to join forces. The battle formation, composed of hundreds of demons, was quickly defeated. Seeing the demons turn into points of light and disappear, the 5 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Qing Fei whispered, "Do you feel something is wrong?" Zhuang Bai remained silent, and Chu Xiong asked strangely, "What's wrong?" Shui Jilan said, "There is indeed something wrong. When we met just now, we did not see any demon tribes or cities along the way. Where did these demons come from? Also, these demons seem to be able to form battle formations just like real armies." Chu Xiong shook his head, "It's not the same as the real one. I have fought against the demon battle formation, and the real demon battle formation is stronger than them." Zhuang Bai said, "If it were a real demon battle formation, it would indeed be much stronger." Qing Fei said, "That's not what I'm talking about. I think these demons seem to have their own thoughts. They all know that the alien races on the 3rd and 2nd levels are all simulated by formations. Although it is very close to reality, there are always some differences. But in front of us, this difference has been reduced." Qing Fei's senses were very keen, and she felt this change. But more specifically, she couldn't tell. Except for her, Zhuang Bai and others did not feel this way, and even Shui Jilan did not feel this way. Qing Fei couldn't figure out why, so she could only put aside her thoughts temporarily. Qing Fei said, "Let's try to find the stone tablet or giant beast first." Several people agreed to her proposal and quickly started searching. An hour later, another demon army came to the door, and the war started again. The fighting doesn't stop. After Lin Moyu entered, he also encountered the same situation. But to Lin Moyu, a mere 100-man battle formation was nothing at all. He has experienced thousands of battles, and a large number of demon enemies were wiped out in his hands. The skeleton god will be the most useful thug, and he will get rid of them with 3 strikes, 5 strikes, and 2 strikes. Lin Moyu has always been afraid of being outnumbered. There are changes again. During the battle, Lin Moyu felt the difference on the first level. The same as before, these alien races are still simulated by formations. There is no problem with this, the problem lies with the individual. It's also a formation simulation, but these guys on the first level are a little less rigid and a little more agile. It seems that the formation not only simulates the appearance, but also gives them a certain amount of wisdom. A puppet without intelligence and a puppet with intelligence are completely two different concepts. It's like a magic weapon with a weapon spirit and a magic weapon without a weapon spirit. They are not at the same level at all. Lin Moyu thought deeply, it would be great if we could simulate a wise god and find a way to mobilize the power of the Law Galaxy. He felt that the formation should be developing in this direction, but it was very difficult. A large number of skeleton gods will disperse and also start looking for stone tablets and giant beasts. Here, Lin Moyu's advantages become more obvious. Dongfangs and Wei Boan were trapped by a steady stream of enemies, exhausted and unable to move. Although the 5 people in Zhuangbi can still move, their efficiency is greatly reduced. Only he was not affected at all. However, Lin Moyu searched for a long time but could not find the stone tablet or the giant beast. After the last 5 people entered the first level, the formation in the air suddenly started. Countless runes appeared densely in the sky, and the huge pressure volleyed down. Everyone except Lin Moyu could not stay in the air and fell to the ground one after another. Lin Moyu felt the soul pressure close to the other side. In the undead vision, he saw countless soul flames burning behind the formation. There are strong and weak soul flames, the weakest is the 9th level of the God King, and the strongest is the God Lord. These soul flames are integrated with the formation, arranged in a strange way, and combined to form a wonderful pattern. The pattern seems to be a huge rune, containing mysterious laws and mysteries. At this moment, Lin Moyu suddenly understood something. Are you planning to forcibly simulate wisdom through the souls of living beings? Who came up with this formation? It's amazingly powerful. If it succeeds, who else can compare to the human race? The loud sound of Renhuang Network interrupted Lin Moyu's thoughts. Attention all players. The rules of the first level will be explained below. Every once in a while, enemies will attack the players. Each attack, the number of enemies will increase compared to the previous one. The interval between each attack will be shortened. After the attack starts, the stone tablet will appear randomly on the field. Activate the stone tablet and a guardian beast will appear. Kill the guardian beast to obtain the corresponding token. Please note that when fighting the guardian beast, you may attract enemies. Please note that the number of monsters attracted by each player is the same and will not change. Please note that the guardian beast is very powerful, so please be careful when dealing with it. Renhuang Network announced all the rules. The overall situation remains the same, still looking for stone tablets and tokens. But the approach has changed. This time, you don't need to look for the giant beast. You just need to find the stone tablet, activate the stone tablet, and kill the guardian beast that appears to get the token. It seems to be a lot more convenient, but if you think about it carefully, you will find that it is actually much more difficult. Everyone is thinking about the rules. Judging from the rules alone, there have been changes compared to when they first entered. Each batch of enemies that came before had the same number, the same realm, and the same time. From now on, the number of enemies coming in each batch will change, becoming more and more each time. Time will also gradually shorten, each time coming faster than the last. In other words, the longer the delay, the more dangerous it becomes. And they need to find the stone tablet quickly after destroying the enemy and before the next round of enemies arrives. The time it takes for each person to resolve a battle is not necessarily the same, it may be faster or slower. People who are slow will suffer a lot. The time left for them to find the stone tablet will be very short. When you find the stone tablet, you have to deal with the guardian beast. The guardian beast is very strong and will attract enemies. It is unknown whether the enemies attracted by the guardian beasts will overlap with the enemies arriving on time. The most important thing is time. The longer the time goes on, the higher the difficulty will be. 070 Qing Fei's look was a little serious, not just her, but the rest of them too. Zhuangbai tried his best to remain calm. It seems that the number of our next wave of enemies will exceed imagination. Before, the 5 of them were together, and the number of enemies they faced was exactly 100. In fact, they don't know how many enemies they face alone. Whether 100 enemies is the number that the 5 of them have to face is unknown. But think about it, it's not such a good thing. There are now 100 enemies. Among the 5 of them, any one of them can be eliminated. It's just a matter of going faster or slower. Shui Zhilan said, we have to think about the worst-case scenario and how we will respond if the number of enemies increases 5 times. Qing Fei thought for a while. I think we need to take a multi-pronged approach. If possible, 3 people will deal with it, and 2 people will search for the stone tablet separately. Shui Zhilan overturned Qing Fei's idea. That's not necessary. I can look for the stone tablet. As long as it appears, I can find it. A red elf appeared on her shoulder, looking very cute. Chu Xiong's eyes shone. What is this? It looks very funny. The red elf seemed a little afraid of Chu Xiong, and shrank behind Shui Zhilan, but then stretched out the little guy and made a face at Chu Xiong. Shui Zhilan said, this is my summoned Xiao Hong. She can find the stone tablet. Qing Fei did not doubt Shui Zhilan's words. She followed what Shui Zhilan said. In that case, let's deal with the first wave of enemies first, and then let your Xiaohong go find the stone tablet. But we also have a problem. We need 5 stone monuments, and after getting 5 tokens, we need to activate the stone monuments and leave. Chu Xiong whispered, isn't this how it should be? We are a team and we will die together. Shui Zhilan rolled her eyes at him. That's not the right thing to say. Chu Xiong scratched his head. It's wrong to say it wrong, but we want to win together. This is their problem and they need to get their act together. Win and lose together. If anyone leaves first, the remaining 4 people will be in great trouble. Fortunately, on the 2nd floor, the most basic trust has been established among several people, so there will be no problems in this regard. After the discussion, several people began to prepare. On the other side, Dong Fengshi found his 2 teammates. The same goes for Wei Bowen. The 2 people from the White Tiger Star territory gathered together, their faces solemn. Among several combinations, their combat power is the worst, which has always been difficult. Only Lin Moyu has no scruples. A large number of skeleton gods will be spread out, and as long as there is a stone tablet, they will be discovered by him. But Lin Moyu's real focus is not here. For him, there is no problem in advancing to the next stage. He was more interested in this formation. He wanted to know to what extent the human race had studied this formation. At this time, the prompt from Renhuang Network appeared again. The first round of attacks will start in 1 minute. Players, please be ready. There will also be a reminder before the attack starts. It seems quite humane and does not involve sudden attacks. But the more this happens, the more people feel that it is not that simple. Soon, everyone saw their enemy. Dongfang's still encountered the Golden Eagle clan. Because he is now, with 2 other people, there are more than 300 Golden Eagles coming over. 300 Golden Eagles formed 3 teams and came side by side. Each team is composed of a minor god and 99 9th-level god kings. Dongfang Zhe whispered, I will be responsible for dealing with them, and you go find the stone tablet. The 2 nodded. This was discussed in advance. Dongfang's is the strongest among the 3, and it is not a problem to deal with 3 teams at the same time. Wei Bowen's side was similar. He singled out 2 3-silver teams and asked his companions to find the stone tablets. The 2 people in the White Tiger Star territory cannot complete the duel. They need the 2 of them to work together to solve the problem before looking for the stone tablet. Qing Fei welcomed 500 demons. The demon clan formed a sword, turned into 5 swords, and rushed towards the 5 people. Shuizalan said to the elf Xiaohong, find the stone tablet. Little Red let out a cry, and suddenly rushed into the sky, turning into thousands of red lines and disappearing. Qingfei said, this is easier to use than my Wanling bird. Although her All Souls bird can also search for stone tablets, she cannot be distracted from fighting while searching. Shuizalan said softly, Xiaohong is indeed very good. As she spoke, 3 puppets in the realm of minor gods appeared beside her, and they wanted to deal with their opponents in the shortest possible time. Just when everyone started to take action, the battle on Lin Moyu's side was already over. There are only 100 enemies, and thousands of skeleton gods. A round of sword energy passed by and he was killed cleanly. For others, it is a difficult battle, but for Lin Moyu, it is like child's play. The skeletons have begun searching for the stone tablet. Lin Moyu's eyes have been staring at the formation at this moment. In his eyes, the formation is divided into 2 levels. One is to simulate an almost real enemy. This is only the first level. The second layer is the runes composed of soul fire, giving wisdom to the formation creations. When the enemy just appeared, the runes composed of soul fire did shake, and a trace of power was shed, but not much. Maybe the guardian beast can get a little more wisdom. Let's take a look at it then. This formation will become more and more interesting the more we look at it. If it can be used on my undead army. Lin Moyu is very interested, and precisely because of this, he wants to study this formation thoroughly. See if you can get it on your own undead army. It would be interesting if the skeletons gained intelligence. Lin Moyu knew that he was not just out of his mind. After experiencing many things related to ancient times, he saw the army from ancient times. Those skeletons have many similarities with their own undead army. They can all have wisdom, why can't their own army of the undead? Soon, a stone tablet was found, and Lin Moyu rushed over to activate it directly. When activated, Lin Yu's eyes were always fixed on the formation in the sky. In his eyes, the formation on the surface was in motion, first locking on the activated stone tablet, and then the huge power gathered to form the guardian beast. Immediately afterwards, the runes composed of soul fire inside also began to vibrate. The soul flame burned blazingly, projecting a large amount of soul power, which merged with the power of the formation. Lin Moyu seemed to hear the whispering in the dark, and countless souls and consciousnesses were intertwined at this moment. A huge, tiger-like guardian beast formed in front of him. The power of the soul changes from chaos to order. A light flashed in the guardian beast's eyes, and a spiritual light appeared. This is a light that can only be possessed by intelligent creatures. A spiritual light appeared in the guardian beast's eyes, and the light became stronger and stronger, turning into wisdom. At this moment, the guardian beast has basic wisdom. It can think and no longer rely on instinct. With wisdom, your combat effectiveness may not be greatly improved, but you will know how to advance and retreat, and you will become more difficult to deal with. Overall, it will become more difficult to deal with. Lin Moyu didn't care about the guardian beast, he stared at the runes, composed of soul fire. The eyes look at the soul fire, and the soul senses the soul fire. He could clearly feel the mysterious power continuously transmitted from the soul fire. It was this mysterious power that gave the guardian beast wisdom. The origin of this mysterious power is the fire of the soul, but the most important thing is not the fire of the soul. Most importantly, the mysterious rune composed of soul fire. From the naked eye, this rune seems specious, and only a rough outline can be seen. If you want to see the true face of the runes, you can only observe them with your soul. Lin Moyu saw the internal structure of the runes with his soul in the other side realm. Between the soul fires, there are countless lines connected to each other, intertwined into a mysterious acid formation. It is this rune that combines the power of the soul, 29 fire, and finally gives the guardian beast wisdom. The runes were extremely complicated. Lin Moyu just looked at them for a while and felt the exhaustion coming from deep into his soul. The soul power was rapidly depleted like crazy. The giant talent tree swayed violently, replenishing Lin Moyu's soul power, but he still couldn't make ends meet. Leave. His soul suddenly shook, and Lin Moyu escaped from this special state. His consciousness returned to reality, and Lin Moyu let out a long breath. The level of this rune was too high, and his soul could only barely observe it, but he was still far from understanding it. The level of this rune is not much worse than that of the Big World rune. What a terrible thing. All Lin Moyu's self-rejoicing after his soul reached the other side was extinguished by a rune at this moment. It was this rune that made Lin Moyu realize that he still had a long way to go. The sound of fighting could be heard in the ears, and the roar of the guardian beast was deafening. The skeleton god general was fighting a battle with the guardian beast. Just when he was observing the runes, the two sides had already fought. Thousands of skeleton gods surrounded the guardian beast and unleashed their majestic sword energy. The sword energy fell on the guardian beast and cut off its hair. There were wounds on its body. The guardian beast ran rampant in the sword energy. Its defense was very powerful. These wounds could only be regarded as superficial injuries. A large number of skeleton god generals were knocked away, and the huge force almost broke the skeleton god general's hard bones. The guardian beast spit out streams of flames from its mouth, and the flames seemed to melt everything. Even the skeleton god general couldn't bear it. In the blink of an eye, several skeleton god generals were already half disabled. Lin Moyu can clearly feel the power of the guardian beast. The guardian beast has reached the peak of the minor god, and is infinitely close to the god. Even purely in terms of defensive power, it is not much worse than the god lord. In Lin Moyu's opinion, the guardian beast is comparable to Dongfang's. Just relying on the skeleton god general to kill it will take a lot of time, and you can only grind it bit by bit. If you use the skeleton king, there will naturally be no pressure at all, and you can even kill him instantly. Try Legion Master. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and a legion ruler appeared in the sky. There were bursts of dragon roars, and hundreds of thousands of skeletal dragons roared in the air, emitting earth-shattering dragon roars. Each of the giant skeleton dragons is 1,000 meters long, flying in the air like heavy gray clouds, layer upon layer. The giant skeleton dragon exudes the power of the 7th level of the God King, which is naturally not enough to deal with the guardian beast. Not even qualified to scratch an itch. However, they are not the protagonists of the battle. The real protagonist is the ruler of the skeleton dragon legion. The leader of the legion stood in midair, activated his command ability, and the power of Tianwan's skeleton dragon gathered on him. His aura quickly reached its peak, surpassing the skeleton god general and no worse than the guardian beast. The appearance of the legion ruler attracted the attention of the guardian beast. The guardian beast's eyes flashed with wisdom, and its huge body arched, showing a wary look. It had never been like this when fighting the skeleton god general before. It can feel that the ruler of the legion can pose a threat to itself. Like a powerful general, the ruler of the legion turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the guardian beast, slashing down the sword in his hand. A bright light exploded in the air, gathering the power of the entire legion to deliver a fatal blow. The guardian beast screamed, a large amount of blood erupted from its body, and a huge hole appeared in its body. This time it was not a skin injury, but a real injury. The guardian beast kept screaming, its voice seemed to communicate with the formation, and large black spots appeared in the sky. A demon squad is swooping in. It summoned reinforcements, and as stated in the rules, guardian beasts have the ability to summon reinforcements. Reinforcements are a big trouble to others, but to Lin Moyu, they are nothing. The skeleton god turned around, and the reinforcements summoned by the guardian beast were intercepted halfway. The ruler of the legion has already fought with the guardian beast with his sword. Although the legion ruler is far inferior to the guardian beast in terms of body shape, it is not weak at all in terms of combat power. Every strike of the knife can cause huge damage to the guardian beast. The two men continued to fight, and Lin Moyu was like a bystander, watching the show. The only thing missing from his hand is the clawed watermelon. The guardian beast's flesh and blood were flying everywhere, and its injuries were getting more and more serious, but the leader of the legion could continue to treat himself and remained intact. Even if it is occasionally hit by a flame and the skin melts, it can recover in the blink of an eye. The guardian beast's eyes flashed with light, and it suddenly knocked away the legion ruler with its head and quickly retreated. Is it going to escape? Lin Moyu was slightly stunned, never expecting that the guardian beast couldn't jump. But it's normal to think about it again. Isn't this the right choice for intelligent beings? If you can't fight, are you still waiting to die if you don't escape? The legion ruler quickly chased after him, but the guardian beast was so fast that the legion ruler couldn't catch up for a while. Lin Moyu discovered that the guardian beast did not really want to escape, but chose to fight with the ruler of the 720th Army Regiment instead of confronting him head-on. During the battle, the injuries on the guardian beast were gradually recovering. If this continues, it won't take long for its injuries to heal. The skeleton god general tried to contain it, but the guardian beast was too powerful, and the skeleton god general was knocked away one after another, unable to contain it at all. Lin Moyu is tired of eating melons. He already knows what the guardian beast is. The black shadow flashed, and 9 more legion rulers appeared with their legions. For a time, tens of thousands of skeletal dragons roared in unison in the sky, causing the earth to crack. The giant skeletal dragon almost filled the sky, and this area turned gray and white. When the guardian beast saw the 10 legion guardians, it let out a strange cry and turned around to leave. This time it really wanted to escape. If it didn't escape, it would be dead. Lin Moyu didn't give it a chance and tapped his finger lightly. Spell, Bone Hell. A gray-white light flashed past, and the guardian beast suddenly fell into a gray-white world. Bones were everywhere, and gray flames fell from all directions. The guardian beast fell into a world of bone hell. It roared uneasily, and its weak intelligence told it that it was in big trouble. Before Lin Moyu could take action and the bone hell hadn't actually launched its attack, the guardian beast suddenly started to tremble all over. Its body quickly disintegrated and collapsed completely in the blink of an eye. This time, Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Why did he die before he even took action? Lin Moyu was a little confused at first, why the guardian beast collapsed on its own before he took action. Looking at the hell of bones he had summoned, and then looking at the formation that was still running in the air, Lin Moyu suddenly understood why this was happening. The 4 territory lords were staring at each other, and they didn't understand why this was happening. With their knowledge, they couldn't understand it all of a sudden. Yi Qingxian looked puzzled. Do any of you understand? Shui Binger shook her head. I can't understand, it's too strange. Could it be that there is something wrong with the imitation spirit formation? Zhu Tian whispered, there will be no problems with the imitation spirit formation. If there is a problem, it will not only appear here. Wu De also couldn't understand, it's really strange. In all my years of living, this is the first time I've seen such a weird thing. Suddenly, a huge aura rose up, and the 4 of them suddenly felt their breaths suffocating, overwhelming. Patriarch Su stared firmly at Lin Moyu and said in a low voice, it's actually like this. The 4 of them knew that Patriarch Su must have seen something. Shui Binger couldn't help but ask, Sir, have you seen something? Patriarch Su's voice exuded heavy pressure, you don't need to know. One sentence blocked their thoughts, and they couldn't even ask the next question. Shui Binger shut her mouth and the 4 of them looked at each other in confusion, knowing that this was due to their lack of level and strength. Lin Moyu figured out what was going on. Guardian beasts are not born out of thin air, but are the product of formations that gather a large amount of laws and energy and are ultimately simulated. In other words, without the support of a large position, the guardian beast cannot exist. When he uses the bone hell, the guardian beast is equivalent to entering another world, and its connection with the formation is completely severed. Without the support of the formation and the source of power, Lin Moyu did not need to take action, and the guardian beast collapsed on the spot. Lin Moyu saw the shortcomings of this formation. As long as another layer of space is used to isolate it, the existence simulated by the formation, no matter how strong it is, will be self-defeating. This is a big problem. If it is not improved, the formation will be greatly limited. The current formation is far from perfect, and there are still many problems that need to be improved. It seems that we are being used as experimental subjects to test the actual combat capabilities of the formation. Lin Moyu not only figured out the causes and consequences of the disappearance of the guardian beasts, but also saw through the thoughts of those big shots. It is indeed a good method to use the 4-star field competition to test the formation. Now one of the problems has been identified, and it's not a small problem. If this problem is not solved, the formation will not be able to be put into actual combat. There are so many ways to insulate space. The bone hell was put away, and the formation seemed to sense that the guardian beast was destroyed. A light fell from the sky and shone under the stone tablet. A token fell from the light, and Lin Moyu stretched out his hand to take it. With the token in hand, he can now leave the arena and move to the next stage. However, he was not in a hurry to go there. He wanted to take another look at the formation and the fire of the soul. Do some more experiments to verify your guesses. Lin Moyu didn't go anywhere and began to wait quietly for the next enemy to appear. At the same time, the skeleton generals continued to search for the stone tablet outside. Lin Moyu needed to fight more guardian beasts to further verify his guess. Lin Moyu's behavior attracted the attention of several domain owners. Compared with the sudden death of the guardian beast just now, they understand Lin Moyu's behavior even more. Wuhan University, he got the token, why didn't he leave? Yi Qingxian, does he want to sell his tokens again like he did the previous 2 times? By Binger, no, it doesn't look like him to me. He seems to be waiting for something. The 3 of them looked at Zhu Tian at the same time. Zhu Tian was very secretive and didn't say anything. No one could tell what Zhu Tian was thinking. Patriarch Su's eyes sparkled, he guessed what Lin Moyu was thinking. Did this kid really find out? The 5 people in Zhuangbi worked together to eliminate their enemies. Shuizalan's little red elf lived up to expectations and found a stone monument. They chose the nearest stone monument and rushed over the moment the battle ended. In this battle, Xue Xing played a huge role. He was like Xue Zhilan's shadow, remaining silent. Her sense of existence is extremely weak. If she doesn't take the initiative to speak, Zhuang Bai and others will even ignore this person, but during the battle, Xue Xing performed amazing healing techniques. The law she controls is called the law of spring water, which can revive all things and contains extremely strong vitality. In addition to its strong defense, it also has a very powerful effect when used for recovery and healing. They suffered some minor injuries during the battle, but were easily healed by Xue Xing, thus ensuring their strong ability to continue fighting. You can also allow them to rush directly to the stone monument after the battle without resting. After the 5 rushed to the stone monument, they made some adjustments. Chu Xiong patted Xue Xing on the shoulder. Brother Xue Xing, your healing skills are so powerful. I think back then, if there was such a person who was good at healing on the battlefield, we would have been much safer. Xue Xing seemed to dislike Chu Xiong patting him on the shoulder, so he took 2 steps back and said nothing. Chu Xiong said strangely, Brother Xue Xing, don't be so shy, why don't you say anything? Xue Zhilan's voice was clear, Xue Xing is my junior sister, she likes to talk too much. The hand that Chu Xiong was about to raise suddenly stopped in midair. Zhuangbai next to him couldn't hold it back for a moment and still laughed out loud. Qingfei also had a pretty face that was red from holding back, looking like she wanted to smile, but couldn't. Xue Xing has been shrouded in a layer of water mist, and his figure and appearance cannot be seen. There were very few words, and the voice had obviously changed after passing through the water mist, making it impossible to tell the gender. Chu Xiong scratched his head in embarrassment, water girl, I'm really embarrassed. I'm a big, rough guy, so don't mind. Xue Xing still didn't say anything, but stood behind Xue Zhilan. After the 5 people made some adjustments, Zhuangbai activated the stone tablet. The formation was operating, and huge energy fell from the sky, causing the 5 people's expressions to change violently. They realized that the guardian beast was very powerful. Moreover, the guardian beast can summon other enemies, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Qing Fei held the sword tightly and whispered, "According to our agreement, if the guardian beast summons enemies, I will drag them, and you will destroy them as quickly as possible." Before starting, the 5 people had already discussed how to deal with various situations. Basically, all possible situations have been discussed and accidents generally do not happen. A liger-like guardian beast took shape in the air, and the peak aura of the little god was accompanied by powerful pressure, vibrating between heaven and earth. The war is about to break out. On the other side, Moyu looked at the formation carefully. He saw that the originally calm formation suddenly sped up. The mysterious runes behind the formation also began to vibrate. At this moment, Lin Moyu's soul power has been completely restored, and his soul opened his eyes again, observing the various changes in the runes. To figure out this rune, you need to observe it again and again. Although the observation process is very difficult, the difficulty is nothing. This is not the case every time. It wasn't until his soul power was almost exhausted that Lin Moyu's consciousness returned to reality. After this observation, I have gained something, not much, but it is better than nothing. Lin Moyu knows very well that some gains happen subtly. What he needs is accumulation so that he can enjoy it. He already knew that if someone else triggered the stone tablet, he could also observe the changes in the runes. He is no longer in a hurry to leave. Compared with the soul rune, there is no need to rush into the next stage. Soon, the formation was in operation again. Dongfang's activated the stone tablet and summoned the guardian beast. Lin Moyu once again observed the changes in the rune's operation. Every time you observe, you will gain something new, and a kind of emotion will grow in your heart. It's just that this kind of perception is still very vague, and more accumulation is needed before it can be transformed into results. After Dongfang's, Wei Bowen also found the stone tablet and summoned the guardian beast. Qing Fei and others were locked in a tough battle, and the guardian beast was more powerful than everyone imagined. The peak combat power of the little god lord was comparable to the defense power of the god lord, making them fight very hard. Shui Jilan's own attack power is not outstanding, and even her 3 little god puppets cannot cause enough damage to the guardian beast. Not to mention Shui Xing, she is better at defense than Shui Jilan, but her attack power is completely insufficient, and she is at the bottom of the list at the level of a minor god. The only ones who can cause enough damage to the guardian beast are Qing Fei, Zhuang Bai and Chu Xiong. 073 among them, Qing Fei is the main force. Qing Fei turned into a green dragon, and the guardian beast started fighting. Zhuang Bai fully cooperated with Qing Fei, and after several battles, the two's cooperation had become quite tacit. Chu Xiong fought alone, wielding a sword that was larger than others, attracting the attention of the guardian beast. The battle lasted for a long time, and the guardian beast finally roared and summoned reinforcements. Shui Jilan and Shui Xing were already ready to intercept the reinforcements on the way. Reinforcements are the same as the enemies that appear regularly. The number is based on the number of people. There are 500 at a time. The enemy formed a battle formation, and Shui Jilan and Shui Xing fought hard. Qing Fei shouted, "You go help Jilan, I'll hold you here." Chu Xiong went over to help Shui Jilan without hesitation, but Zhuang Bai did not move. Qing Fei asked, "Why don't you go?" Zhuang Bai had his own reasons. The guardian beast recovers very quickly, and it's not enough for you alone. Chu Xiong has passed over Jilan, and everything will be fine, don't worry. Qing Fei naturally knew this. Okay, let's kill the guardian beast as soon as possible. The guardian beast is the source of all things. As long as the guardian beast is eliminated, this battle can be ended. They need to hurry up. If they delay it and wait for the time to expire and the next wave of enemies, CJCC, to appear, it will only be more difficult. Several people still have a worry in their hearts. They don't know how many times the guardian beast will summon reinforcements. If it can be summoned again and again, and the reinforcements may overlap with the enemies that come on time. That way they don't have to fight at all, and it would be better to just give up. On the other side, Dongfangzhe was also in a tough fight. Dongfangs didn't expect the guardian beast to be so strong, especially when reinforcements appeared. He became more passive. Fortunately, there were two people who were also from the City of God. They could block the reinforcements for him, otherwise he would have given up long ago. Similarly, Wei Bowen's side was not much better, and the pressure was extremely high. The difficulty of the first level test is something they have never experienced before. Even if they go all out, they may be eliminated. Lin Moyu was waiting quietly, waiting for the second wave of enemies to arrive. After an interval of 59 minutes, the second wave of enemies finally arrived. This time, Lin Moyu didn't let the skeleton god general take action. He stretched out his finger towards the enemy that was flying towards him. The Hell of Bones unfolded instantly, covering half of the enemies. The enemy shrouded in the Hell of Bones was instantly wiped out and disappeared without a trace. Their death methods were exactly the same as those of the guardian beasts. Their bodies collapsed and turned into powder, and then completely dissipated, leaving not even a drop of foam behind. Because they are originally composed of pure energy and do not use any real matter, they will naturally leave nothing behind. Enemies on the way who were not shrouded in the Hell of Bones were still intact. They have no intelligence and will only rush towards Lin Moyu according to the will given by the formation. Lin Moyu pointed again, and the Hell of Bones changed places and enveloped them. After being shrouded in the Hell of Bones, they first remained silent for half a second, motionless, and then collapsed. The situation was exactly the same both times. Lin Moyu was completely sure at this time that it was precisely because the skeleton hell isolated the space that they lost contact with the formation, leading to the collapse. He has found the shortcomings of the formation. Judging from the current situation, the formation is far from ready for use. The skeleton god general found a second stone tablet. Lin Moyu activated the stone tablet again and began to experiment with the guardian beasts. While the guardian beast was forming, Lin Moyu continued to observe the soul fire rune. This time he made a new discovery. He noticed that the soul fire runes seemed to contain the power of faith. The power of faith is hidden so deeply that it was not discovered during the first few observations. After returning to his divine profession, he tried the bone hell again, but failed to envelop and devour the guardian beast. Sure swallowed half of it. Half of the guardian beast's body collapsed instantly, and the wise guardian beast suddenly screamed. With spiritual wisdom, it seems that you can also feel pain. Having intelligence is a good thing, but at the warrior level, having pain will affect your combat experience. The guardian beast, only half of its body, kept roaring and calling for reinforcements. Lin Moyu discovered that it would resonate with the formation when calling for reinforcements. It is this resonance that creates reinforcements. Lin Moyu once again took the reinforcements to conduct experiments. He peeled off the cocoons and conducted analysis. Lin Moyu often does this kind of thing, and he is familiar with it. Half of the guardian beast's body gradually recovered. After it recovered, Lin Moyu used the bone hell to severely damage it again. He wanted to see if the guardian beast would summon reinforcements for the second time. The previous time I killed too fast, this time I killed slowly. It would take nearly an hour for a wave of enemies to arrive, which would be too slow to conduct experiments. As expected, the guardian beast summoned reinforcements again half an hour later. Every half hour? Too slow. Lin Moyu was not satisfied with the result. With a thought in his heart, Lin Moyu suddenly moved away, and then withdrew all the summons. The guardian beast suddenly lost its target. After waiting for a few minutes, the guardian beast returned to the stone monument and then disappeared. Lin Moyu analyzed this situation far away through the operation of the formation and the changes in the soul fire runes. It's just as I thought, I can still go back. Lin Moyu then went back again, activated the stone tablet, triggered the mechanism of the formation again, and summoned the guardian beast. After the stone tablet was activated, Lin Moyu quickly moved away and hid without a trace. The guardian beast did not stop calling because he left, and appeared as always. Lin Moyu was in the distance, continuing to observe the changes in the soul fire runes. After the guardian beast appeared, it was discovered that there were no enemies. After waiting for 10 minutes, it disappeared again. Then Lin Moyu appeared next to the stone tablet again and continued the previous operation. After summoning and observing again and again, my understanding of the soul fire rune became more and more profound. Inexplicably, Lin Moyu felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen this rune somewhere. While Lin Moyu was tirelessly teasing the stone tablet and the guardian beast, several other groups of people were fighting. Qing Fei and Zhuangbai tried their best to surround and kill the guardian beasts, but the progress was very slow. Xue Jilan, Chu Xiong, and Xue Xing dealt with the incoming reinforcements. The battle has been going on for a long time. During this period, another group of fixed enemies appeared and were stopped by the three of them. No matter which side, the battle is fierce and non-stop. Although the process was hard, at least they still had the upper hand. The situation of Dongfang's and Wei Bowen was not much better, and it was even more difficult than Mao and others. Relying on their strong strength, the two of them fought against the guardian beasts alone, and could only barely gain the upper hand. The two people in the White Tiger Star territory have basically given up. They found a stone tablet, activated it, and found that they were no match for the guardian beast. They also knew that they should have been eliminated on the second level. Even if they asked Lin Moyu to buy tokens and barely reached the first level, they would still be eliminated in the end. In the final analysis, it is still due to lack of strength. Even if you use opportunistic methods to reach the first floor, it will be useless. Except for Lin Moyu, no matter which side they are on, they all fight extremely hard to advance to the first level. The four domain masters kept rolling their eyes. Bai Binger looked at the people on her side who were about to be eliminated, and then looked at Lin Moyu repeatedly teasing the stone tablet and the guardian beast. Her silver teeth were almost broken. What on earth is this kid doing? Yi Qingxian shook his head. I can't understand. Wuhan University also imitated Yi Qingshuan's example. I can't understand. The three of them unanimously focused their attention on Zhu Tian again. Zhu Tian shook his head and said, Don't look at me, I don't know what he is doing, maybe he thinks it's fun. I find it fun. Is this explanation too far-fetched? Among the five, only old ancestor Su could understand what Lin Moyu was doing. At this moment, he looked calm on the surface, but inside he was extremely shocked, and at the same time, he was dumbfounded. This is a very strange emotion. Old ancestor Su can't remember how many years he has not had this kind of mood swings. He really gets it. This guy is really a genius, he can actually understand it. Obviously, he wanted to use them to experiment with the imitating spirit formation, but in the end, he turned around and used the imitating spirit formation as a test subject. For a moment, Patriarch Su didn't know what words to use to describe Lin Moyu. Finally, he summed up the two ministers, freak. In the arena on the first level, another group of enemies appeared. This batch of enemies is 50 minutes apart from the previous batch. This is the 10th batch of enemies. Each batch of enemies will shorten the time by 1 minute. If calculated, a total of 60 batches of enemies will appear in the first level of the arena. Later, the simplicity becomes shorter and the difficulty becomes higher. Qing Fei and others have already started fighting the second guardian beast. There are 5 of them, and they need to kill 5 guardian beasts and obtain 5 tokens. This is the agreement between them, either win together or lose together, no one will make the first move. Qing Fei said while attacking the guardian beast, we don't have much time. I have calculated that with our combat power, if the enemy reaches the last 20 batches, we will only be exhausted. Zhuangbai said in a deep voice. It's about the same as me, we still have a chance. The worst outcome is that we can get 4 tokens, then I will stay and you will go to the next stage. Qing Fei was stunned for half a second and looked at Zhuang Bai. Zhuang Bai smiled and showed his white teeth, looking very handsome. Qing Fei withdrew her gaze and said nothing, but her offensive became more and more fierce. Then they suddenly received a message. Contestant number 3 has advanced. Chu Xiong said loudly, Dongfangzhe has advanced. Shui Jilan happened to be beside him, frowning and saying, be gentle, your ears hurt. A little god said that his ears hurt, and it was impossible to even think about it. However, Chu Xiong still responded instinctively, okay, I'll keep my voice down. Shui Jilan's crisp voice came out, Dongfangs and his group have 3 people. Now only Dongfangs has advanced. He may have given up on the other 2. When Shui Jilan used the little red elf to search for the stone tablet, she also found out the movements of several other people. Chu Xiong snorted with disdain, giving up on teammates, this guy is really nothing. Shui Jilan refuted, it doesn't necessarily mean giving up teammates. It may be a decision made by several people after discussion. But this is their internal matter and we don't need to worry about it. Chu Xiong echoed, Sister Jilan is right, we just need to take care of ourselves. Chu Xiong fully displays his thick-skinned character. Basically, whatever Shui Jilan says is what he says. But Shui Jilan was indeed right, Dongfangzhe had indeed negotiated with others. The 3 of them all came from the Divine City, among which Dongfangzhe was the strongest, but they did not follow his lead. We just came together from the sacred city of Yiren. The 3 of them can be said to be in a cooperative relationship. It was obvious that it was too late for the 3 of them, so Dongfangs made a suggestion. He promised to give each of them 50 points of Divine City merit and let them use the token to advance to the next level. In this way, the 2 of them had actually given up the game. In fact, they also thought clearly that there was no time, and at most they could get another token. Dongfangs will definitely occupy 1 game, but who will give the other one? Are the 2 of them going to compete? There is not much difference in strength between the 2, so there is a high probability that there will be no result. So faced with the temptation of 50 Divine City achievements, the 2 chose to accept it. Qing Fei and others continued to hunt the guardian beasts, and their cooperation became more and more tacit, and their efficiency increased. With the water element's healing skills as logistics, the ability of these people to continue the battle is very strong, and their combat power does not slow down at all. When the 30th batch of fixed enemies appeared, they had just finished hunting the 4th guardian beast, and were only 1 token short of 5. At this time, the reminder appeared again on Renhuang Network. Contestant number 6 has advanced. Several people were stunned, and Zhuangbai said, Weibo Wensi has advanced. A red light flashed in the sky, and the little red elf came back with the latest information. Shui Jilan said, Wei Bowen gave up the other one and advanced directly. Bai Xiao and Hu Tian in the White Tiger Star region have already given up. Chu Xiong asked, where is junior brother Lin? He hadn't received any news from Lin Moyu for so long, and Lin Moyu hadn't advanced yet. Instead, he was a little worried, fearing that something unexpected might happen. In fact, everyone knows that with Lin Moyu's strength, there will basically be no accidents. Shui Jilan shook her head, junior brother Lin should be fine, but Xiaohong is afraid of his skeleton and doesn't dare to get close. But Xiaohong said that junior brother Lin seems to have not moved in one place for a long time. Chu Xiong scratched his head, wondering what Lin Moyu was doing. Zhuangbai said, maybe junior brother Lin has something of his own to do. Let's look for the last token first. Don't worry about junior brother Lin, he will be fine. Shui Jilan nodded, follow me. Several people had already locked onto the last stone monument and rushed over immediately. This stone monument is far away, and by the time they arrived, the 33rd batch of enemies had already appeared. At this time, the interval between each batch of enemies has been shortened to 26 minutes, and the frequency is getting higher and higher. With the speed at which they kill the guardian beasts, they have to face at least more than 6 fixed batches of enemies, as well as reinforcements summoned by the guardian beasts. It's very stressful. Qing Fei took a deep breath and said, "Let's start." Zhuangbai nodded, activated the stone tablet, and the battle began. This battle was extremely fierce. Qing Fei and Zhuangbai went all out, and they had used all their means except desperate measures. With previous battle experience, the guardian beast was retreating steadily. The guardian beast summoned reinforcements, but they were all blocked by Chu Xiong and the other 3. The 5 people were divided into 2 groups, and they cooperated very well. Seeing victory in sight, Qing Fei's solemn eyebrows gradually relaxed. Zhuangbai smiled and said, "I should be able to make it in time." Qing Fei hummed and agreed with Zhuangbai's words. Suddenly there was a muffled groan, followed by Shui Zhilan's angry shout, "Despicable!" Qing Fei and Zhuangbai suddenly realized that something was wrong, someone unexpectedly attacked them. The vanguards number 7 and 12 from the Divine City came here from time to time and suddenly attacked Chu Xiong. Although Chu Xiong was not seriously injured, it somewhat weakened Chu Xiong's combat effectiveness. Originally, the 3 of them worked together to block the reinforcements, and the pressure was already considerable. Now being attacked by someone, the pressure suddenly increased. 847 Shui Zhilan reacted very quickly, and together with Shui Xing, they took over the vacancy left by Chu Xiong. At the same time, Shui Xing also quickly performed spells for treatment. Chu Xiong stabilized his body and flew back, shouting angrily at the 2 of them, "What do you 2 want to do?" The 2 of them didn't say anything. Shui Zhilan said, "They are here to disrupt the situation." Chu Xiong was not stupid, he grinned and said, "You 2 are trying to drag us into trouble." One of them whispered, "I'm sorry, I've offended several junior brothers and sisters. They have no hope, and their ranking will not be very good once they are eliminated. Then simply drag a few people into the water and eliminate them all together. It might look better in this ranking. Anyway, the rules stipulate that this is not allowed." Qing Fei glanced at Zhuangbai and found that Zhuangbai was also looking at her. The 2 made eye contact and quickly understood each other's meaning. The original situation was already very difficult, and now, with the harassment and sneak attack by these 2 people, it is impossible to get the last token. Neither Qing Fei nor Zhuangbai was hesitant, and they made their decision immediately. Zhuangbai shouted, "Do it!" Qing Fei turned around and turned into a dragon with 1 sword, heading towards the 2nd floor of the Divine City. Zhuangbai also ignored the guardian beast and killed the 2 of them. Qing Fei's law domain instantly enveloped the 2 of them, and a green dragon descended from the sky, roaring with anger, and bit towards the 2 of them. After the green dragon, there is Qing Fei's extremely sharp sword power, which carries the killing intent. The 2 of them were so shocked that they didn't dare to fight Qing Fei and quickly retreated. Zhuangbai was faster than them and had already arrived on the retreat route of the 2 men, with his long sword across the sky. Spell, Infinite Sword Rain. The flying swords were like rain, covering the 2 of them. The sharp sword shattered the defenses of the 2, and Qing Fei then came to kill them, with murderous intent filling the sky. The 2 of them were extremely panicked. They didn't expect that they had stung a hornet's nest. One of them took out a shield and activated it on the spot. 8 shields emerged out of thin air, blocking Qing Fei's attack. The green dragon hit the shield, and the shield exploded with a loud bang. The 2 men were shaken away amidst the screams, "2 despicable and shameless bastards, let me die." Amidst the roar, Chu Xiong responded and came to kill. He swung his sword, and the sword instantly grew to a size of 10,000 meters, slashing down overwhelmingly. The 2 of them were injured under Qing Fei's sword and were frightened to death. At this time, he didn't dare to accept Chu Xiong's attack at all. One of them took out something similar to a wooden board. The wooden board instantly became stronger and turned into a coffin, and the 2 of them were put into it. The coffin took the 2 of them and turned into a stream of light and flew towards the distance. "Don't even think about escaping." Chu Xiong's sword force changed, speeded up quickly, and struck right on the coffin. The coffin roared, and dense cracks appeared on it, but he still escaped and disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was a flash of red light in the sky, and Shui Zhilan commanded Xiao Hong to catch up, and asked at the same time, "Do you want to chase them? I have locked their eyes." Qing Fei shook her head, "There's no point in following him." As she spoke, she waved her long sword and a green dragon flew out. The green dragon turned into a ball of light and protected everyone. The light group is not strong, but it can be blocked for a few seconds. Zhuangbai also responded, "No need to chase, let's go back to the place where the stone tablet was." Chu Xiong whispered, "What should we do here?" "We still need a token." Zhuangbai said, "It's too late here, so we have to give up." After the incident just now, although it only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, the guardian beast's injury improved a lot within these 2 or 3 minutes. Coming and going, they will waste at least half an hour more. Within half an hour, at least 2 more fixed groups of enemies appeared, and the guardian beasts would summon another group of reinforcements. The speed at which they destroy enemies can no longer keep up with the speed at which enemies appear, and they are indeed useless. Zhuangbai was very decisive, "Just follow the agreement." Qing Fei knew what Zhuangbai said and stared, "I didn't agree." Zhuangbai shook his head, "You must listen to me today and go." After saying that, the light ball flew out of Zhuangbai and headed into the distance. Chu Xiong still couldn't figure out what the two of them were talking about, but he believed Zhuangbai and immediately followed him. At the same time, he didn't forget to tell everyone to follow him quickly. Qing Fei stamped her feet, seemingly helpless, and could only follow. Shui Zhilan and Shui Xing also followed immediately. The guardian beast chased for a while, and finally returned to its own stone monument. After waiting for 10 minutes, it disappeared. Zhuangbai led everyone back to the previous stone tablet and threw the corresponding token to Chu Xiong, "You are the first." Chu Xiong instinctively took the token and asked, "What are you going to do?" without activating it immediately. Zhuangbai didn't explain to him at all and shouted, "Don't waste time and hurry up." Chu Xiong once again chose to believe in Zhuangbai and activated the token and stone tablet. The next second, he was sent away by the formation. Contestant number 5 has advanced. Seeing that Chu Xiong was promoted, Zhuangbai threw another token to Shui Xing and said quickly, "You are next." Without saying a word, he flew towards another stone tablet again. Everyone already knew what Zhuangbai was going to do. There are 5 of them and only 4 tokens. Someone must stay and be eliminated. There is no doubt that Zhuangbai chose to be eliminated to help them. Qing Fei chased Zhuangbai, "Why don't you try it again?" Zhuangbai chuckled, "There's no need to try, there's no chance. If you insist on trying, everyone will be eliminated. If it weren't for the 2 guys from God City, they would indeed be able to get the 5th token. But because of the sneak attack by the 2 men from the City of God, at least half an hour was wasted on them. The result was decided in half an hour. Qing Fei knew that Zhuangbai was right, and she didn't know what to say. Zhuangbai was very calm. "In the next stage, let's compete well and try to get second place. The first place belongs to Lin Moyu, and no one can compete with it. Being able to compete for second place is already the best result." Qing Fei looked deeply at Zhuangbai, still saying nothing. Another enemy appeared in front. As they rushed to the stone monument, 2 groups of enemies had already appeared. Enemies appear more frequently and faster. Qing Fei was angry in her heart, gave a sweet shout, and transformed into a green dragon and flew out with a dragon roar. She forced herself to create a passage. Zhuangbai also let her vent. Since things were already like this, let them take their own course. They followed the way they came and returned to the stone monument. The second one sent Shui Xing away, and the third one was Shui Zhilan. Zhuangbai and Qing Fei were left to reach the last stone tablet. At this moment, behind the 2 of them were densely packed thousands of enemies. Time was limited, so Zhuangbai said to Qing Fei quickly and forcefully, "Come on." Qing Fei seemed a little hesitant and hesitated for a second before speaking, "After the game is over, Let's drink together. Qing Fei rarely behaved like a little girl at this moment. Zhuang Bai's smile was as bright as the sun. Okay, I will come to you when the time comes. Contestant number 2 has advanced. As said at the beginning, Zhuang Bai fulfilled his promise. If there are only 4 tokens, he stays. Looking at the enemies who had arrived, Zhuang Dao himself was ordered to be eliminated. But even if you are eliminated, you still have to be divided into levels. There is a difference between being eliminated early and being eliminated late. Zhuang Bai was far away again, and he had to hold on until the end no matter what. Enemies appear more and more frequently, one after another. A few hours later, a batch appeared every 10 minutes. The 2 people from the White Tiger Star territory were finally eliminated, followed closely by the players from the Temple of War. The remaining 2 people in the Divine City were also eliminated after persisting for a while. Now there is Lin Moyu, who is motionless, and Zhuang Bai, who is flying all over the world. Behind Zhuang Bai, there are densely packed enemies, all of which are demons, and 3 silvers. He was lucky and did not go to the Golden Eagle clan's territory. Otherwise, once caught up by the Golden Eagle clan, there would be no escape. The formation will also simulate the speed of the Golden Eagle clan, and Zhuang Bai will not be able to jump away at all. While Zhuang Bai was running away, he suddenly saw a flash of white light, and then he saw the white skeleton god general. It's junior brother Lin. Only then did he remember that Lin Moyu had never left. Unexpectedly, I accidentally found Lin Moyu. Zhuang Bai immediately flew in the direction of the skeleton god general. The skeleton gods will be densely packed, forming a protective circle in the air. When Zhuang Bai arrived, the skeleton god general did not stop him. Instead, he made way for a passage and motioned for him to enter. As if Zhuang Bai had received a life-saving straw, he sped up and flew away. He rushed into the passage given by the skeleton god, and a white light lit up behind him. The majestic sword energy sweeps across the world, and the skeleton god will attack the enemies behind him. Zhuang Bai was convinced that although there were many enemies, they were nothing compared to Lin Moyu's skeleton general. Zhuang Bai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 10 seconds later, he saw Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was looking up at the sky, seemingly looking at something. Zhuang Bai came to Lin Moyu and said, "Junior brother Lin, what are you doing?" Lin Moyu's posture remained unchanged and he said softly, "Read an article." Rune? Zhuang Bai also looked up at the sky. Apart from the glittering formation, there were no runes anywhere. It's not that there are no runes, there are quite a few runes in the formation, appearing and disappearing. But Zhuang Bai didn't know which rune Lin Moyu was looking at. Lin Moyu looked away for a while and then turned to Zhuang Bai, "Brother Zhuang, why do you stay alone?" Zhuang Bai smiled bitterly, "We don't have enough time, and we still have 1 token left, so let them leave first." Lin Moyu nodded. Senior brother Zhuang has a broad mind. Giving up his own opportunity to let others advance, Zhuang Bai's mentality is indeed not comparable to ordinary people. As he spoke, he threw a token to Zhuang Bai. "I will let God lead the way for senior brother Zhuang." Zhuang Bai was stunned. "What about you?" Lin Moyu smiled. "I want it. I can get it at any time. I want to look at the runes again and talk about it later." With that said, Lin Moyu turned into a stream of light and flew towards the distance. He was going to tease the stone tablet again. Zhuang Bai really didn't know what Lin Moyu was doing, he just felt that Lin Moyu's behavior was a bit unpredictable. Hundreds of skeleton generals formed a small team and led Zhuang Bai to the location of the stone monument. This is the token Lin Moyu got when he killed the first guardian beast. When he came to the first level, Lin Moyu had only killed 1 guardian beast before and after. In other words, Lin Moyu no longer has the token in his hands. Contestant number 3 has been promoted. The news of Zhuang Bai's promotion came, and only Lin Moyu was left in the first room. Lin Moyu was still teasing the guardian beast, observing the soul fire rune over and over again. The 4 domain masters were completely speechless. They had no idea what Lin Moyu was doing. Only Ancestor Su can understand what Lin Moyu did. Patriarch Su whispered. He really wanted to delay it until the last minute. He really didn't waste anything. In another space of the arena, there is a strong breath of life fluctuating here. Come here and all injuries will be healed quickly. All consumption will be replenished. There is magical power here. Even if you are exhausted before, you can return to your peak within a few minutes at most. This is the world that belongs to those who have advanced, and is for them to rest. Dongfangs was the first to come here, followed by Wei Bowen. Later, Chu Xiong and others appeared. Chu Xiong and Qing Fei didn't look good because Zhuang Bai was eliminated. Shui Zhilan sighed softly. Senior brother Zhuang is such a good person. Qing Fei also said, Senior brother Ren's breasts are comparable to those of ordinary people. Chu Xiong asked, did Lao Zhuang say anything later? Qing Fei shook her head. I didn't say anything. She said secretly in her heart, I must get the second place. It was for myself before, but now it's for Zhuang Bai. Time passed little by little. Chu Xiong was a little surprised, calculating the time. Junior brother Lin should be here by now. Dongfangzhe chuckled at the side, maybe I won't be able to come. Chu Xiong glared at him. If a dog can't spit out ivory from its mouth, then shut up if it can't speak. Dongfangzhe's face suddenly changed. When had he ever been scolded like this? How dare you scold me? He clenched his fists and roared. Chu Xiong puffed up his chest, raised his head, and looked at Dongfangzhe through his nostrils. Do you want to take action? Come on, come on, come on, I will lose if I do it again. If you do anything here, the result will be disqualification from the competition. Dongfangs naturally understood this truth, but Chu Xiong's look was really too cheap. Dongfangzhe gritted his teeth. Do you think I don't dare? Chu Xiong laughed loudly. I bet you don't dare. The people from your sacred city are just despicable, cowardly, and shameless. Besides doing sneaky things, they will do anything else. If you want to take action, do it quickly. If you don't dare to do it, just go back and stay there. Brush your teeth clean and don't bark around. Dongfangzhe was so furious that his hair stood on end one by one, and his chest heaved violently. Chu Xiong stood there, tall and majestic, looking at Dong Shiai's through his nostrils. Shui Zhilan turned her head away from Chu Xiong. That was so mean, even Shui Zhilan wanted to rush up and punch him. But she also knew that Chu Xiong did it on purpose, deliberately angering Dongfangzhe and letting him take advantage of her. As long as Dongfangs takes action, he will be disqualified from the competition. Dongfangs and Chu Xiong were in a stalemate for a while, but in the end they didn't make a move and stepped aside. Chu Xiong snorted, Hang's disciple. After returning, Chu Xiong whispered, this guy wasn't fooled. Shui Zhilan rolled her eyes at him. Although he has a bad temper, he is a little god after all, and he is not a fool. How can he be so easily fooled? Chu Xiong sighed, what a pity. At this time, the space fluctuated slightly, and a figure appeared. Several people turned around and saw that the person coming was Zhuang Bai, and their eyes suddenly showed joy. Qing Fei showed a beautiful smile, and Yu Bai was promoted. Chu Xiong laughed loudly, okay, Lao Zhuang, you actually have a secret. Qing Fei was also very curious, Senior brother Zhuang, how did you advance? Zhuang Bai said, I bumped into Junior brother Lin by accident, and Master Lin handed over the token. So it makes sense. Chu Xiong asked with confusion, where is Junior brother Lin? Zhuang Bai said, Junior brother Lin said he would come back later, and he seemed to be watching one rune? Everyone was very puzzled. But that's not important. What's important is that Zhuang Bai successfully advanced. Chu Xiong was very happy, and the smile on Qing Fei's face was brighter than usual, and she was in a good mood. The last group of enemies appears. At the same time, Lin Moyu also received the final reminder. The first stage of the competition will be closed after 10 minutes. Those who fail to activate the steel after 10 minutes will be eliminated. This reminder is actually for Lin Moyu, who is the only one left on the first floor. After Lin Moyu received the message, he said to himself, it's almost time to leave. I've read Soul Fire Rune over and over again, and I'm almost done with it. Everything that needs to be understood has been understood, although it is still not systematic, there is always some gain. If you want to understand further, you need to match your own strength. The level of the Soul Fire Rune is very high. Among all the runes Lin Moyu has seen, only a few can compare with it. Lin Moyu's knowledge is not bad, and he has seen many highly layered runes so far. One is the original rune, which has now become his 2 original spells. Needless to say, the level of the origin runes is very high and comes from the origin bird. Second, when the spell is sublimated, you can see the big world runes through the inexplicable black hole. In addition to the big world runes, there are some special runes. The level of these runes is also very high. According to Lin Moyu's understanding, they most likely represent the first echelon of laws. Because under them, Lin Moyu has also seen a large number of runes, and all of them represent a certain law. Finally, there are the big world runes. That is the supreme existence in the entire world and the pursuit of countless powerful people. If they want to reach the true pinnacle of the great world, they must come into contact with the great world runes, understand it, and master it. There are even legends that whoever can control the runes of the great world can become the master of the great world. However, no one has been able to do it for hundreds of millions of years. Although it is impossible to judge the exact level of the Soul Fire Rune in front of him, Lin Moyu has a feeling that its level may be second only to the Great World Rune. It will not be weaker than the original runes or the first-tier law runes. To study him thoroughly requires years and months, and it cannot be achieved overnight. At the same time, in the process of studying the Soul Fire runes, what surprised Lin Moyu the most was that an inexplicable sense of familiarity was growing. He seemed to have seen the Soul Fire rune somewhere. But this sense of familiarity is so ethereal that it is impossible to grasp its roots. Lin Moyu could only suppress this thought in his heart. There are still 10 minutes left on the clock, and Lin Moyu no longer delays. He teased the stone tablet for the last time and summoned the guardian beast. One last look at the Soulfire rune. A few more minutes passed, and the guardian beasts were already fighting with the skeleton gods. Lin Moyu casually pointed, and the bone hell appeared, covering the guardian beast. The guardian beast collapsed in an instant, and then a ray of light fell from the formation, and the barrier emerged from the light. Lin Moyu activated the token and disappeared instantly. Contestant number 1 has advanced. Everyone in the resting space suddenly received this message, collectively. The voice of Renhuang Network is still clear and audible, reaching straight to the soul. Dongfang's eyes flashed. Sure enough, he's here. Wei Bowen snorted, what a pity. As for what he regrets, only he himself knows. Both of them wished that Lin Moyu would capsize in the gutter, but unfortunately things didn't work out. Reality is always crueler than imagination. The arrival of Lin Moyu also means that the first place no longer belongs to them. I know how hard it is to live on the first floor, junior brother Lin. Chu Xiong's loud voice kept ringing. Lin Moyu looked around and knew that he was in a unique space with strong laws of life. I don't think it's strange. The formation can even create living beings. A mere independent space containing the laws of life is nothing at all. Lin Moyu nodded slightly towards Qing Fei and the others, and at the same time threw the violent sword to Zhuang Bai. Qing Fei and Shui Jilan's eyes shrank suddenly. They recognized that this sword was the magic weapon that Lin Moyu got after killing the leader of the Shin clan on the second level. It is said to be of great use in the second stage of the game. Lin Moyu actually gave this sword to Zhuang Bai, which shows that the relationship between the two is indeed good. At the same time, it also shows that Lin Moyu is very confident in his own strength. He doesn't need the help of this sword at all. Zhuang Bai took the violent sword and was stunned for a moment. Junior brother Lin, what are you doing? Lin Moyu smiled slightly. This is a magic weapon obtained from the second level. Senior brother Zhuang can tell it at a glance using the detection technique. Zhuang Bai immediately understood what the sword in his hand was. Use the detection technique to see it and know its function. It can hit 10 times the attack 10 times. In the competition, it is indeed a blessing. Especially when everyone's strength is not much different, 10 times the attack is simply like cheating. Zhuang Bai instinctively wanted to return the sword to Lin Moyu. Before he could speak, Lin Moyu had already taken the lead and said, "This thing is of no use to me. Brother Zhuang, hold it and try to get a good ranking." 10 opportunities, if taken advantage of, Zhuang Bai has a good chance of winning second place. Zhuang Bai also understood this, but he looked at Qing Fei beside him. He also said before that he would let Qing Fei compete for second place. Qing Fei knew that this sword was very useful and also understood the meaning of Lin Moyu's words. She smiled casually and said, "Brother Zhuang, round up the second place." Qing Fei's eyes were full of encouragement, and Zhuang Bai understood what she meant. "I will try my best." Qing Fei smiled brightly. Not far away, Dongfang Zhe and Wei Bowen stared at Zhuang Bai and the violent sword in Zhuang Bai's hand. They never expected that Lin Moyu would give the magic weapon to Zhuang Bai. They no longer have the intention to compete with Lin Moyu for first place, all they want now is to compete for second place. If this sword fell into Zhuang Bai's hands, they would not even be able to guarantee second place. Because they don't know the specific function of the sword at all. Dongfang Zhe gritted his teeth, "Lin Moyu, it's inappropriate for you to do this." Lin Moyu turned his head and looked at Dongfang's. "Do you have any objections?" Dongfang's snorted coldly, "I think it's against the rules for you to do this." Before Lin Moyu could speak, Chu Xiong yelled, "It's none of your business. Do you want to take action again? If you do, I'll help you." As he spoke, Chu Xiong puffed out his chest again, raised his head and looked at Dong Xiai's through his nostrils. Everyone knew that Chu Xiong was sure that Dongfang Zhe would not take action. Dongfa was once again so angry that his mouth was filled with smoke. Chu Xiong hummed a tune, "Come on, come on, come on, come on, I'm waiting for you." Ha ha, Shui Jilan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chu Xiong was like this, was really a bit funny. Dongfang Zhe was really angry, but he didn't dare to take action, so he snorted heavily and stopped talking. While they were resting, the arena changed again. The arenas that were originally overlapping all spread out and returned to their original appearance. In the center of all the arenas, there is only one arena left. The space where Lin Moyu and others were located burst like a bubble. Waves of water ripples rippled through the space, the scene in front of them became blurry, and everyone felt like they were entering a state of teleportation. The teleportation lasted for several seconds, and the scene in front of him became clear again. 5 high platforms, 4 domain lords, and a strong man from the other shore realm. Their postures are exactly the same as before, without any change. The expressions of the 4 domain masters were a little strange at the moment. They all stared at Lin Moyu with deep curiosity in their eyes. Everyone has curiosity, and they all want to know what Lin Moyu saw on the first floor. The first phase of the competition is over, and the rules for the second phase of the competition will be announced next. The old man standing on the high platform in the center had a thick and majestic voice. The huge pressure was like an invisible big hand slapping down heavily, making everyone breathless. Originally, Dongfang Zhe wanted to say something, but now, he couldn't say anything. The other party was so strong, just a look and a breath made his soul tremble. He could only prick up his ears and listen carefully to the old man's words as if he were following instructions. Patriarch Su spoke very slowly, every word was clear and sonorous. Based on the first stage of the competition, a preliminary ranking has been produced between you. Next, in the second stage of the competition, you will have a one-on-one duel based on your ranking in the first stage. The winners advance, the losers are eliminated. Because your realms are similar, the second stage of the competition will no longer limit realms or magic weapons. Except for not using soul attacks and not intentionally injuring people's lives, all other restrictions will be lifted. The rules of the second stage are so simple, there are no restrictions at all. Such a game will definitely be more exciting. Among the remaining 10 people, only Lin Moyu is not a minor god. This rule can actually be considered fair. After all, Lin Moyu's strength is there, and his level is secondary. This guy is just a freak and cannot be judged by his level. Patriarch Su continued, next, announce the battle order. Number 1 Lin Moyu versus number 13 Xue Xing. Asterisk number 7032 Qing Fei versus number 5 Chu Xiong. Number 3 Dongfeng Zhe versus number 11 Xue Jilan. Number 4 Zhuang Bai versus number 6 Wei Bowen. Old Ancestor Su announced the list of players for the competition, and then he said, if you have any opinions, you can raise them. I like to listen to the opinions of young people. These words made Dongfeng's heart skip a beat. These words sounded a bit familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere. The old man who sent them here, Mr. Lin, also said something similar. At that time, he raised his opinion without knowing the depth of it, but Mr. Lin gave him a slap in the face and did not get any benefit. Later, he also understood that they were just saying polite words. You can raise your opinions, but they will never be accepted. It's okay not to mention this kind of opinion. Moreover, the old man in front of him never mentioned Lin Moyu's gift of the sword to Zhuangbi, indicating that Lin Moyu's behavior was tacitly approved by him. Dongfeng's has already suffered a loss once and will never suffer a second loss. Xue Xing, who was arranged to fight Lin Moyu, had a burst of Xue Yuan on her body. Patriarch Su glanced at everyone. Since everyone has no objections, it's settled. The game will officially start in half an hour, and the 4 games will be played simultaneously. Also, please note that these 4 games will be projected across the entire star field. While speaking, he glanced at Lin Moyu inadvertently. Lin Moyu also realized that this sentence was meant for him. What this person from the other side means is to take it easy and don't reveal all your cards. Only Lin Moyu knows that his trump cards are all killing skills and cannot be revealed in the game. In the Human Star territory, countless people received information from the Human Emperor Network at the same time. The finals of the 4-star competition will start in half an hour, and the entire star field will be projected and broadcast in real time. Everyone can go to various city squares or enter the Renhuang network to watch. After a few days of suspension of broadcasting and projection, the broadcast of the 4-star region contest's Dharma exhibition started again. At present, countless people are pouring into the Human Emperor network, and those ordinary people who have not yet reached the Super God realm and cannot connect to the Human Emperor network are rushing to the squares in various cities. For a time, countless galaxies, countless life stars, and squares of all sizes were crowded and overcrowded. There are people everywhere, in the sky and on the ground, in almost 360 degrees. Outside the real arena of the 4-star competition, the auditorium was also filled with people. Especially for some guests from foreign races, the human race arranged the best seats for them. The previous games allowed them to meet many geniuses from the human race. It also lets them know that the human race is full of talents and countless geniuses. The human race shows what a strong race should look like, thriving and prosperous. There is no gap among the younger generation, which is the most important thing. Especially Lin Moyu, who impressed everyone. Some people are also wondering why the projection and broadcast of the competitions in the past few days were stopped. What method did the human race use to compete? Does it contain any secrets? At this moment, the competition started again, drawing their attention back. No matter how they guessed, it was impossible to guess the true intention of the human race. That was an experiment, a large-scale experiment on imitation spirits. As a result, Lin Moyu turned away from the guests and turned the imitation spirit array into his own experimental product. The imitation spirit formation is one of the most important secrets of the human race. Even the 4 territory lords have just learned about it, let alone outsiders. Half an hour later, the finals officially started, and the 4 games were played simultaneously. Lin Moyu was teleported to a ring, facing Xue Xing from a distance. Lin Moyu clasped his fists politely and said, "Senior Sister Xue, I'm sorry. Xu Xing's voice came from behind the mist. I'm lucky to be in the top 8. It was rare for her to speak, especially when there were many people. The more people there were, the less she talked. When she was alone with Lin Moyu, she could still speak half a sentence. Lin Moyu said with a smile, luck is also part of strength. The water element stopped talking and waited quietly. 1 minute later, the game officially started. Lin Moyu said his request and waited for Xue to take action. Not only was he waiting, there were countless people waiting outside the venue. Now it is the semifinals. Those who can reach this point are strong. The duel between the strong will definitely be exciting. Especially in Lin Moyu's game, everyone is speculating whether Lin Moyu will have new spells and new summons. The water mist on Xu Xing's body fluctuated violently, as if he was taking a deep breath. After a few seconds, a voice came out, I surrender. Everyone was stunned. Xu Xing actually gave up. Only those who have experienced the second level will not be surprised, given Lin Moyu's strength. There is no need to seek abuse at all, admitting defeat is the most correct choice. Congratulations to contestant number 1 for winning. The Human Emperor Network announced the results and at the same time controlled the formation, teleporting the two of them to another arena to wait for the next round of competition. Once the finals start, it will be one after another without much downtime. Xu Xing gave in this time, but she still had competitions to come. She will compete with the loser of this round for 5th to 8th place. 4 games were played at the same time, and the game between Lin Moyu and Xu Xing ended the fastest in less than 5 seconds. Everyone's attention is on the other 3 games. Qing Fei and Chu Xiong fought together with great momentum, but it was only with great momentum. The 2 law fields collided with each other, but they did not achieve true destruction. Qing Fei clearly felt that Chu Xiong had been a little absent-minded. Qing Fei smiled and said, Senior brother Chu, are you worried about junior sister Jilan? Chu Xiong didn't shy away from it. Yes, Jilan will suffer a loss when facing Dong Fangzhe. Chu Xiong knew Dong Fangzhe's strength, and Xue Jilan should not be his opponent. Qing Fei chuckled and said, Senior brother Chu is worrying too much. In fact, junior sister Jilan is very powerful. Even if she can't beat Dong Fangzhe, she won't suffer any loss. Chu Xiong was still worried, that's what I said, but I just don't feel at ease. As he said this, he turned around to see what was going on in other arenas, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything. Chu Xiong was completely absent-minded and shouted loudly, no more fighting, I admit defeat. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Why did another person take the initiative to admit defeat? Are the finals just for fun? After Chu Xiong came back, he stared at Dongfang's and Shuizicheng's arena without blinking. At this time, the 2 sides have started a duel. Xue Jilan's whole body was covered by a thick layer of ice, and the surrounding area was a world of ice for hundreds of meters. A large number of puppets surrounded Dong Fangzhe from all directions. The puppets are not powerful. Some of them are at the 9th level of God King, and 3 of them are at the level of Minor God Lord. Xue Jilan was like a commander-in-chief, commanding his army of puppets, and fought back and forth with Dongfang's. If the individual strength is insufficient, then make up for it with quantity. This is what Xue Jilan did. Dongfang's knew very well that the best way was to get rid of Shuizilan himself. But Xue Jilan was surrounded by a thick layer of ice. Even if he was powerful, he couldn't break it in 2 or 3 blows. Xue Jilan is not weak, how can he be so weak if he is also a minor god? Seeing Xue Jilan advance and retreat in an orderly manner, Chu Xiong felt relieved. In another arena, Zhuang Bai also fought with Wei Bowen. Wei Bowen used the secret method of the Temple of War, and the field of laws expanded. In his field of laws, warriors appeared one after another. These warriors seem to come from ancient times, wearing ancient armor, and are extremely powerful. Wei Bowen whispered, this is the secret method of my war temple. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible. Zhuang Bai smiled and said, whether you win or lose, you have to fight to know. Wei Bowen shook his head. Even though your number is higher than mine, it's because you were opportunistic at the time. In terms of pure strength, you're still a little behind. You talk too much. Zhuangbai shouted softly, and the law field was suddenly opened. His law domain is all filled with swords, densely packed with sharp swords, tens of millions of them. The sword shone with golden light and looked extremely sharp. Wei Bowen looked at Zhuangbai's law domain and frowned. Your law domain looks a bit familiar. Zhuangbai smiled and said, my ancestors also joined the War Temple and received the inheritance of the War Temple. Wei Bowen understood immediately. I understand. What you got is the Golden Sword inheritance. Zhuangbai nodded. Then you should know what kind of power the Golden Sword inheritance, based on the Golden Edge law of the 5 elements, can exert. Wei Bowen immediately thought of something, and his expression changed. At this time, Zhuangbai pointed his finger, and countless golden swords rushed out, shooting towards Wei Bowen like raindrops. The rain of swords was so dense that it was hard to count. Wei Bowen's law field was immediately riddled with holes. The warriors in the field of law waved their swords and collided with the golden rain on the wall. The rules roared, the arena was shaken continuously, and the earth collapsed. Both of them are minor gods, and they have reached the peak of minor gods. Under the collision, even the arena can barely hold up. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye knows how the arena could not hold up. Not to mention the little god, even if it is a battle between the gods, there will be no problems in the arena. The strength of this formation is beyond everyone's imagination. This is now just to increase the combat effect. The arena simulates the more realistic hardness of stars. Naturally, ordinary stars cannot withstand the aftermath of a battle in the realm of a minor god. Wei Bowen's field of law was retreating steadily under the attack of Zhuangbai's golden sword. He roared continuously, waved his hands, and swung out spells. Spell, God of War Iron Armor. The ancient warriors in the field of laws suddenly grew in size, their armor became thicker and heavier, and shone with the sheen of iron and stone. The ancient warrior's defense became extremely strong, and he actually blocked Zhuangbai's attack. Zhuangbai's eyes changed, and he also used the spell. The golden light in the field of law flourished, and a huge golden sword slowly flew out. Lin Moyu could tell at a glance that this golden giant sword was actually a soul magic weapon, and it was of a very high level, reaching the level of a god. The inheritance of the golden sword should be this soul hero. There are many kinds of soul magic weapons, and not only those that attack the soul are called soul magic weapons. Those magic weapons that require the soul to be driven are actually soul magic weapons. This golden sword is like this. It is a soul magic weapon that belongs to the realm of gods. It needs to be driven by the soul. It can be integrated into the field of laws and exert amazing combat power. However, Zhuangbai is not a true god yet, so it is a bit reluctant to use this soul magic weapon, and I am afraid it will not last long. And using this sword will inevitably cost you a lot. Therefore, on the first level, Zhuang never used this sword. Lin Moyu can see this, and so can Wei Bowen. Wei Bowen said loudly, you can only use this sword once. After one time, you will no longer be my opponent. Zhuangbai was under great pressure at this time and his forehead was covered with sweat. It was rare for the God King to sweat, which meant that he had exerted all his strength. Zhuangbai gritted his teeth, controlled the golden sword with all his soul power, and at the same time took out the violent sword given by Lin Moyu. Wei Bowen's pupils shrank suddenly, he naturally recognized the violent sword. This was Lin Moyu's trophy and was handed over to Zhuangbai. Although I don't know the specific function of this sword, I can be sure that this sword is very strong. Zhuangbai held the violent sword with all his strength and swung it out violently with a roar. The violent sword suddenly burst out with a strange force. This force resonated with the formation, and Zhuangbai's law domain instantly increased by 10 times. Billions of swords flew out like raindrops again, and at the same time, the huge golden sword, with a deafening sword cry, turned into a golden dragon and rushed towards Wei Bowen. Wei Bowen's eyes suddenly shrank, and 2 jade tablets appeared in his hand and he crushed them simultaneously. The jade plaque is black and white, like the two sides of yin and yang. As he crushed it, a black and white light group enveloped him. Then Wei Bowen squeezed several magic formulas with both hands and roared in a low voice, "Chain of the God of War." The invisible chains flew out, entered the realm of their own laws, and became one with all the ancient warriors. In an instant, all the ancient warriors shouted in unison, and groups of black and white light also appeared on their bodies. The ancient warriors formed a large human shield and blocked Wei Bowen behind him. Wei Bowen knew that he could win as long as he blocked the sword. Zhuangbai only has the power of one sword, and he cannot hit the second sword. The little god is still too reluctant to use the god-level magic weapon. If there was no violent sword, his idea was correct, the power of Zhuangbai might not be able to break his defense. But now, with the violent sword, the tenfold increase allowed Zhuangbai to truly unleash the power of the golden sword. The moment he came into contact with the golden dragon, Wei Bowen's face changed wildly, and he knew he was wrong. The attack power of Zhuangbai's sword has surpassed that of the little god, and has truly reached the realm of the god. Although there is no blessing from the power of the Law Galaxy, it is not something he can resist. Facing the attack from the God Lord, Wei Bowen knew that he would definitely lose. The field of law collapsed in front of his eyes, and the black and white light group only lasted for half a second before being swallowed by the golden dragon. The powerful ancient warrior could not stop the sword rain attack at all. Wei Bowen did not give up. He used the great magic and secret method amidst the roar. The body swelled, the physical strength increased significantly, and the whole body was dyed an ironstone color. He refused to give up and wanted to block the sword. The golden dragon rushed past him and then disappeared into the air. Wei Bowen's body is 10 meters tall and extremely huge. The clothes on his body were torn and covered with wounds. Wei Bowen stood there motionless for more than 10 seconds before he suddenly fell to the ground and shrank rapidly. Wei Bowen's whole body was covered with injuries, bleeding, and he was unable to fight anymore. Zhuangbai gasped for air, and he had used all his strength on this sword. After using this sword, he couldn't recover at all for a few days. The two were teleported away and returned to the waiting area. As soon as 2 rays of light fell, their condition quickly improved. Wei Bowen, who was covered in bruises, healed in an instant, and he jumped up, looking full of energy. Zhuangbai also regained his energy, and all the sequelae disappeared. The two of them were bathed in the beam and returned to their peak condition. In this way, there is no need to consider the issue of injuries during the battle, and you can maintain your full strength in every battle. Lin Moyu smiled and asked, "How do you feel?" Zhuangbai chuckled, "It's cool." At this moment, he couldn't use any other words to describe it except the word pleasure. Except for experiencing it personally, Wei could not feel the feeling of being able to control the power of the divine realm. Zhuangbai won and successfully advanced to the semifinals. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It depends on your luck. If you are lucky, you can come in second." Up to now, the top 4 have basically been determined. Lin Moyu, Qing Fei, and Zhuangbai have been confirmed. The last, 213 Dongfeng Zhe, he had the upper hand. Shui Jilan's puppet army was severely damaged, and Shui Jilan had no choice but to take back the 3 puppets of the little god realm. Her defenses were gradually compromised by Dongfeng's, and she became passive. Losing is only a matter of time, and there is almost no chance of a comeback. Qing Fei came over and she was also paying attention to the match between Dongfeng Zhe and Shui Jilan. Qing Fei said, "Feng is not trying hard." Lin Moyu nodded. If this guy had mobilized the power of the Law Galaxy, he would have solved the battle long ago. Zhuangbai said, "He probably wants to save a hand to deal with you. If he matches you, I will return the violent sword to you." Lin Moyu chuckled, "No need, it doesn't take much effort to deal with him." Qing Fei also smiled slightly. Zhuangbai was a little surprised. "What's wrong?" Qing Fei said, "Don't say that Dongfeng's just mobilized the power of the Law Galaxy. Even if he became a god on the spot, it would still be useless. Zhuang Bai didn't understand. Qing Fei explained the second level to him, and then Zhuang Bai realized that Lin Moyu's summons had actually reached this level. No wonder he doesn't need the violent sword, he really doesn't. A summoned creature from the divine realm, no matter how hard Dongfeng struggled, it was useless. I surrender. Shui Jilan made a clear voice, and was then teleported out of the arena. Her defensive ice layer was about to collapse, and she surrendered at the last moment. After returning, Shui Jilan also came to several people. Chu Xiong asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Shui Jilan shook her head, "It's okay, originally I wanted to force out his trump card, but it didn't work." Lin Moyu smiled and said, "It's not important." After the 4 battles ended, Renhuang Network directly announced that the next round of battle would begin in 5 minutes. The matches for the top 4 to the second semifinals and the matches for the 5th to 8th place will be held at the same time without distinction. This rule made Zhuang Bai's original idea of lending the violent sword to Chu Xiong a failure. The battle list is announced. Semifinal group, number 1 Lin Moyu versus number 3 Dongfeng Zhe. Number 2 Qing Fei versus number 4 Zhuang Bai. Group 5 to 8, no. 5 Chu Xiong versus number 13 Shui Xing. Number 6, Wei Bowen plays against number 11, Shui Jilan. It's still a system where the winner advances. The winners of the 2 groups in the semifinals will be promoted to 1st and 2nd place, while the losers will compete for 3rd and 4th place. The same is true for the 5 to 8 place competition group. The winners of the 2 groups compete for 5 or 6 places, and the losers compete for 7 or 8 places. The audience once again focused their attention on Lin Moyu. As the biggest dark horse in this session, Lin Moyu was very unexpected from the beginning. Before the competition, he was already well known, and now he has become popular. In recent times, people have been discussing Lin Moyu the most. Not only the Suzaku star region, but people from other star regions are also discussing it. This time Lin Moyu's opponent is Dongfeng Zhe from Shuncheng. Dongfeng Zhe will not take the initiative to admit defeat. Of course not. Lin Moyu is a seed player recommended by the master of the Vermilion Bird Star territory, and Dongfeng Zhe is a seed player from the Divine City. They are from different camps. After the competition, according to the usual practice, Lin Moyu will definitely enter the City of God. Dongfeng Zhe may be his senior. Lin Moyu will not let it go on purpose. Are you kidding? Is Lin Moyu like that? It's too easy to play a game like this unless he's got water in his head. In the auditorium outside the stadium, foreign guests were also paying attention to Lin Moyu. This time, in addition to watching the game, they also need to collect information on the new talents of the human race. Especially dark horses like Lin Moyu are worthy of attention. Several gods also discussed. Lin Moyu will face Dongfeng Zhe, and the 4 stars region will face God City. I don't know who will win and who will lose. Dongfeng's reputation is not small in the City of God. He has been practicing in the realm of minor gods for many years, but he has not been promoted to the gods just for this 4-star field competition. Although Lin Moyu can summon the summons of the Little God Realm, the gap in the Little God Realm is also huge. These summons alone are far from enough to deal with Dongfeng Zhe. I also think that Dongfeng's has a greater chance of winning. Not to mention hard power, I heard that there is a magic weapon in the Divine City that is specially designed to deal with summoners. You think Dongfeng Zhe will use that thing? Who knows? If this is the case, Lin Moyu may have no chance of winning. You can tell by looking at Dongfeng's smile that he is very confident and may have prepared a method to deal with the summoner. Most of the gods felt that Dongfeng's would have the upper hand. Although Lin Moyu was strong, there was still a gap compared with Dongfeng's. The main reason is that they have never seen this situation in the second level before, otherwise they would not say this. On the field, Dongfeng's looked at Lin Moyu and smiled, as if he was sure of victory. Lin Moyu is a little strange, this guy seems to be sure of dealing with him. Dongfeng Zhe said loudly, Lin Moyu, you are indeed very strong. As a summoner, your advantages in every previous game have been too obvious. I even doubted for a time whether the rules were customized for you and why every rule was beneficial to you. Fortunately, this final will still use the most traditional one-on-one game. This time your advantage is completely undetermined. Lin Moyu tilted his head, and for a moment he was confused about Dongfeng Zhe's thoughts and the meaning of his words. Isn't this guy crazy? With this thought in his mind, Lin Moyu asked, curiously, what on earth do you want to say? Dongfeng sneered, you will know soon, I will definitely win this game. At the beginning of the game, something similar to a formation disc appeared in Dongfeng's hand. He roared angrily, the law field expanded, and the formation disc also shattered. The shattered formation disc turned into countless light spots and merged into his law field. Dongfeng Zhe's law field has changed, from reality to emptiness, becoming intangible and intangible. At the same time, the scope has also become extremely large, not only covering the entire arena, but also extending out. Lin Moyu felt his body sink slightly, as if something was sealed. Dongfeng sneered and said, this is the Forbidden Law Disc, which is integrated with my law field and can prohibit all spells. Forbidden Dharma Disc prohibits all magic techniques. Lin Moyu didn't panic. He tried it and found that his technique really couldn't be used. Looking at Dongfeng's again, it seemed that he was also affected like himself. Lin Moyu said with a little disdain, you can use this method to injure the enemy 1,000 times and damage yourself 800 times. I admire you. Dongfeng chuckled and said, I'm different from you. Without magic, I can still fight. Lin Moyu suddenly said, are you blind or do you have a bad memory? Dongfeng was stunned for a moment, not understanding the meaning of Lin Moyu's words. But he understood in the next second. Lin Moyu appeared in front of him like lightning, and his golden fist grew bigger in front of him. The golden light in his eyes and the fist that suddenly grew in size made Dongfeng feel stunned. By the time he reacted, Lin Moyu's fist was firmly stuck on his face. My head was in severe pain, and my whole body was flying upside down uncontrollably. Lin Moyu caught up with Dongfeng Zhe at a faster speed, punching and kicking him without any mercy. Dongfeng screamed in agony. He wanted to fight back, but he found that he couldn't use his magic. The Forbidden Spell Disc is a double-edged sword. It not only seals Lin Moyu's spells, but also seals his own spells. At the same time, Dongfeng Zhe realized that he had forgotten to consider Lin Moyu's physical body. Lin Moyu has a powerful body, which is comparable to the powerful mysterious magic of the god of war, and is far more powerful than himself. Facing Lin Moyu's storm of fists and kicks, he had no power to fight back. Dongfeng roared angrily, and a hazy and illusory galaxy of laws appeared above his head. The law galaxy is far less clear than the God Lord. Dongfeng Zhe has only experienced a small part of the baptism, and the power of the law galaxy that can be mobilized is limited, but law galaxy is the power of the God realm after all. Even if it is only a part, it is enough to look down upon all the lesser gods. The law galaxy poured down, and the huge force hit Lin Moyu, knocking him away immediately. At this time, Dongfeng was already bruised and swollen, and almost all the bones in his body had cracks. Fortunately, he was a little god and could still bear it. But if it had been half a minute longer, this body would have been completely destroyed by Lin Moyu. Dongfeng said with fear, I miscalculated this time and forgot that you have a powerful body. I have to say, you are really a formidable opponent, stronger than all the little gods I have ever encountered. As he spoke, the laws of the galaxy flowed down, wrapping Dongfeng Zhe and protecting him. Lin Moyu waved his arm, you are too weak physically to fight. Dongfeng snorted, who is cultivating the physical body these days? No matter how strong your physical body is, what's the use? Now that magic is banned, I can mobilize the galaxy of laws. What else do you have? The law galaxy is not a spell, but an ability. With the spell banned, Lin Moyu couldn't stop the law galaxy. The law galaxy quickly grew in size, with waves surging inside, and huge power began to pour out. The law galaxy has many uses, and it is one of the main means of defeating the God Lord. Dongfang's is not yet a god, and his ability to control the Law Galaxy is extremely limited, but it is enough to deal with Lin Moyu. Unfortunately, he didn't see any panic in Lin Moyu's eyes. Lin Moyu's calm demeanor made Dongfang's feel that something was wrong. He stopped delaying, and the huge power in the Law Galaxy quickly surged towards Lin Moyu. In an instant, the entire Law field was filled with waves, and attacks swept away from all directions. Lin Moyu still didn't panic, and there was really nothing to panic about. The forbidden magic disc did seal his spells, but not all of his spells were sealed. At least the Bone Hell can still be used normally. This spell is dominated by infinite fusion, and relies on the law of chaos. It is a spell formed by fusing multiple star-level spells. It is of a very high level. Unaffected by seals, there are also 2 original spells, which are also not affected by the seal. Strengthening Soldiers, and Gathering Strength, are 2 major original spells that are too high level, and the Forbidden Seal has no effect on them. Although the Undead Army cannot be summoned, it can still provide power for Gathering Strength. A sword appeared in Lin Moyu's hand, a low-level magic disease in the True God Realm. Dongfang snorted coldly, "What's the use of a low-level True God Realm magic weapon?" The next second, his eyes widened. Lin Moyu's aura suddenly became stronger, and he reached the realm of the little god almost instantly. What kind of magic is this? How can it suddenly become stronger? Why hasn't this spell been sealed? Dongfang couldn't believe it. There were indeed spells that could instantly increase strength, and there were quite a lot of them. But these spells can only be upgraded by 1 or 2 levels at most. If they can be upgraded to 4 levels, they are considered top-notch spells. But Lin Moyu was directly promoted from the 4th level of the God King to the Little God Lord. In just a moment, he crossed 6 realms. Dongfang's showed a trace of panic, but then calmed down. So what if we can reach the Little God Lord? The Little God Lord can't stop the attack of Law Galaxy. His talent is not a secret skill, but a talent. His talent is to instantly improve his realm, that must be it. Dongfang seemed to have found the reason and became confident again. At this moment, the attack of the Law Galaxy has arrived. Dongfang roared angrily. The Law Galaxy enveloped Lin Moyu, and the tyrannical attack fell on Lin Moyu. Die! Dongfang roared in his heart, manipulating the Law Galaxy with all his strength to attack Lin Moyu. Suddenly, a huge coercion rose up, and the waves of the Law Galaxy were blown away and flowed upstream. Dongfang let out a groan, and his entire body was also flown nearly 1,000 miles away. He stood high in the sky and looked at Lin Moyu from a distance, his eyes full of shock and at the same time full of disbelief. Everyone in the audience stood up suddenly, without exception, their eyes widened, staring at the material. The foreign guests were all gods. They looked at Lin Moyu and were shocked speechless. Lin Moyu's breath was like a dragon, turning into a spiral and rising into the air. Above his head, a gray and white Law Galaxy shines brightly. Lin Moyu's Law Galaxy is different from Dongfang's Law Galaxy. His Law Galaxy is extremely solid, and there is no difference between it and the real God's Law Galaxy. Compared with Dongfang's illusory Law Galaxy, I don't know how many times stronger it is. The waves in the Law Galaxy are also rolling and roaring. Dongfang's didn't dare to recite silently and murmured, "How can it be possible? How can you reach the level of God? From God King to God Lord, what kind of talent is this? How could such a talent exist in the world?" He doesn't believe it, even to his death. Not only did he not believe it, but also Patriarch Su in the other side realm didn't believe it. Lin Moyu shocks people again and again, each time more terrifying than the last. The spell was sealed, and facing the Law Galaxy summoned by Dongfang, Lin Moyu could only deal with it by using the Law Galaxy. The original magic was activated, and with the help of hundreds of millions of undead legions, he was directly pushed to the realm of gods. His soul has already been baptized by the Law Galaxy, and he can fully mobilize the Law Galaxy. At this moment, his combat power was no different from that of a newly promoted god. In fact, if he continues to improve without any scruples, he will even be stronger than the newly promoted god. But to deal with Dongfangzhe, the current state is enough. After De raised his realm to the divine realm, Lin Moyu suddenly felt light all over, and the seal of the forbidden Dharma disc lost its effect. The forbidden magic disc can only seal spells below the divine level. Once he reaches the divine level, the forbidden magic disc will be useless. Lin Moyu didn't give any more explanations. For people like Dongfangzhe, explanations are a waste of saliva. With a slight wave of the low-level True God Realm long sword in his hand, Lin Moyu did not use all his strength, nor did he use the power of the Law Galaxy. As for the magic, even though the seal had been broken, he still didn't move. He really couldn't use too much power, otherwise he would kill Dongfangzhe. He just used the most basic power of the god and swung a sword energy. The low-level True God Realm long sword in his hand instantly shattered into powder when he swung it. Facing Lin Moyu's attack, Dongfang's had no way to dodge, and was instantly engulfed by the sword energy. Dongfangzhe was frightened. He felt like he was going to die. He was really going to die. When he came to his senses, he found that he had returned to the lounge. Renhuang Network is announcing the news that Lin Moyu won and advanced to the finals. Dongfang's consciousness finally came to his senses. He knew that he had lost, and that he had not lost unfairly. He has a trump card, and so does Lin Moyu. On the second floor, Lin Moyu did not reveal his trump card. Only now did he realize that Lin Moyu's most powerful thing was not summoning the skeleton army, but himself. Thinking of Lin Moyu's final appearance as the god of earth, with the galaxy of laws above his head, it makes me feel a little chilly. Dongfang's felt a sense of frustration in his heart. Living in the same era as this kind of life had to be said to be a kind of sadness. He looked to the side and saw Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also noticed Dongfang's gaze and turned to look. Their eyes collided in the air, and Dongfang's saluted Lin Moyu. "Thank you, junior brother Lin, for showing mercy." That sword blow just now, if Lin Moyu hadn't been merciful, he would have been hurt a little, but now there is no injury at all, and he still has the self-awareness. Lin Moyu said calmly, "Brother Dongfang, you're welcome, we are just competing, not life and death enemies." Dongfang smiled and said no more. He had many opinions and dissatisfaction with Lin Moyu before. But now, he is completely convinced. The two are too far apart and are not at the same level at all. The battle between Lin Moyu and Dongfangzhe ended, causing an uproar outside the court. "Go ahead," Lin Moyu finally summoned the Law Galaxy. How did he do it? Isn't he in the God King realm? How can he summon the Law Galaxy? What's impossible? Maybe he has some secret method. I don't think it's a secret method. It might be some kind of extremely powerful talent. No matter what, Lin Moyu told the entire human race that he can bring his combat power to the level of God realm at any time. There are many spies of foreign races in the human race, and there are many people controlled by foreign races using various secret methods. They are bound to get their message out. When the time comes, there will definitely be many people trying to kill themselves. Lin Moyu knows this very well. He knows that even if he only shows the fighting power of the little god lord, those guys will still come to kill him. In this case, it is better to act more forcefully. He just told others that if they want to kill me, they should send someone more evil. When it is difficult to take action in the other shore realm, the only one who can take action against him is the god lord. However, those peak gods, such as Zhu Tian, will also be monitored by the human race. Even high-level gods will be monitored. Both sides restrict each other, and no one can take action easily. Then the only people who come to kill him are junior gods or intermediate gods. Lin Moyu is really not afraid of these guys. Facing low-level gods, he can definitely counterattack. Facing the mid-level god, even if he can't fight back, self-protection is not a problem. Likewise, if you want to kill yourself, you must also be prepared to be killed. The wealth of the God Lord is much greater than that of the God King. As their combat power continues to increase, the elemental liches have fallen behind again, and better materials are needed to upgrade them. Better materials require more points. Lin Moyu found that he was still very poor and overworked. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered and he thought to himself, you should be able to make a lot of money by killing the God Lord. Patriarch Su had been observing Lin Moyu. He noticed Lin Moyu's eyes and said to himself, this kid seems to be having some bad ideas. He deliberately exposed his strength. What did he want to do? The competition between Qing Fei and Zhuang Bai also came to an end after continuing for a period of time. The results were somewhat unexpected, and Lin Moyu expected them. The two just exchanged a few symbolic moves, and then Qing Fei surrendered. He directly gave the second place to Zhuang Bai. Qing Fei chose Zhuang Bai between her ranking and Zhuang Bai. After the game, Zhuang Bai's expression was a little complicated. Lin Moyu patted Zhuang Bai on the shoulder, congratulations. Zhuang Bai was stunned and said, what? Lin Moyu smiled, senior brother Zhuang and senior sister Qing are a perfect match. Zhuang Bai whispered, junior sister Qing Fei is excellent. Lin Moyu hummed, don't be so quiet, senior sister can hear you. He signaled with his eyes, and Zhuang Bai realized that Qing Fei had appeared beside him at some point. Zhuang Bai immediately said to Qing Fei, junior sister, thank you. Qing Fei smiled and said nothing. Lin Moyu said, senior brother Zhuang, please give the violent sword to senior sister Qing. The subtext in this sentence is that the second place is given to you, but the third place must be given to someone else. Zhuang Bai said oh, and immediately took out the violent sword to punish him. There is no use holding it now anyway. Does he still want to compete with Lin Moyu for first place? Even with a violent sword, facing Lin Moyu would be a waste. Qing Fei did not reject Zhuang Bai's kindness and took the violent sword. After the detection technique, she knew the purpose of the violent sword. With it, he will definitely be able to defeat Dongfeng Zhe. She was not sure before, but now she has no problem. The competition for 5th to 8th place also ended. Chu Xiong and Wei Bowen won respectively. In the end, Chu Xiong and Wei Bowen will compete for 5th and 6th place, and Xue Xing and Xue Jilan will compete for 7th and 8th place. The 4-star field competition has reached this point, and the rankings have basically been locked. The first place belongs to Lin Moyu. There is no doubt that Zhuang Bai cannot compete with Lin Moyu. The 3rd and 4th places will be between Qing Fei and Dongfeng's. Chu Xiong and Wei Bowen competed for 5th place. Lin Moyu knew that Chu Xiong was not Wei Bowen's opponent. Normally, the 5th place should belong to Wei Bowen, not to mention Xue Jilan and Xue Xing. Xue Xing has always been Xue Jilan's little follower, she will definitely not compete with Xue Jilan. The biggest possibility is that Xue Xing will simply admit defeat and Xue Jilan will finish 7th. Although they failed to get into the top 3, it was already a very good result for the Xuanwu Star territory. There are many smart people in the observation, and many people have analyzed the approximate results. In the last round of competition, the most interesting one was the match between Qing Fei and Dongfeng Zhe. Other people's games are no longer interesting. Soon the final round begins. Zhuang Bai immediately chose to admit defeat at the beginning of the battle. Lin Moyu naturally took the 1st place and Zhuang Bai came 2nd. The top 2 spots were taken by players from the Vermilion Star territory, which became the highlight moment of the Vermilion Star territory. Zhu Tian's old face was like a blooming chrysanthemum, extremely brilliant. This is the most honorable time he has had since he became the territory lord. At his level, apart from the unattainable realm of the other side, face is the most important thing. This time, the Vermilion Bird Star territory was able to take the top 2 spots in the 4-star territory competition, which was the highlight of Zhenjiang. Compared to Bai Binger, whose face was the ugliest, the 2 contestants from the White Tiger Star territory had been directly eliminated and were not even in the top 8. Wu De chuckled. Xuanwu Star Territory occupied 2 places among the top 8. Although they were the last 2, he was satisfied. Yi Qingxian was also in a good mood. Qing Fei has a good talent and deserves to be cultivated. Zhu Tian chuckled. It's hard to say whether Qing Fei will be from the White Tiger Star Territory in the future. The appearance of Qing Fei and Zhuang Bai was all seen by the 4 of them, so they didn't know why. Yi Qingxian snorted. Qing Fei does not have to marry outside. Our Qinglong Star Territory is allowed to marry. Zhu Tian shook his head. Zhuang Bai is from the Zhuang family. His ancestors came from the Temple of War and once served as the head of the Temple of War. Is it possible for such a person to be admitted? Yi Qingxian was still unconvinced. Qing Fei is also from the Qing family and is not much worse than the banker. Neither of the 2 old guys was convinced, and after a few words they started to bicker. Bai Binger and Wu De were not surprised by this situation. It's not the first time, I've long been used to it. In the last round of competition, the most exciting one was indeed the one between Qing Fei and Dong Fangzhe. They fought fiercely. Qing Fei did not use the violent sword at the beginning, but used her own strength to fight Dong Fangzhe. The 2 of them used their magic skills at the same time, and the fight was extremely fierce. The strength of the 2 sides is almost the same, and it is difficult to tell the winner in a day or 2. Qing Fei was born in the Azure Dragon Star Territory, and she allowed herself to bring into play the characteristics of a practitioner in the Azure Dragon Star Territory. Her offensive was so fierce that countless people who were just watching the game felt like they were being cut by the sword energy. Even Dong Fangzhe was a little timid in the face of Qing Fei's fierce attack and found it difficult to unleash it. However, his strength is indeed strong. Although he is suppressed, he always maintains a balance. It wasn't until Dong Fangzhe summoned the Law Galaxy that the situation reversed and Qing Fei was suppressed. The Law Galaxy has surpassed the scope of the little god, and Qing Fei can't resist it even with all her strength. Just when others thought Dongfangs could achieve the final victory, he used the violent sword. With the tenfold increase of the violent sword, Qing Fei's combat power barely touched the threshold of the divine realm. Relying on the violent sword and her own fierce offensive, Qing Fei finally won the victory and took 3rd place. There was no surprise when Wei Bowen fought with Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong was indeed a little worse than Wei Bowen. After a fierce battle between the 2, Weibo 757 won and finished 5th. The ranking of the top 8 has been completely determined, which also means that the 4-star competition has officially ended. Next, wait for Renhuang Network to announce the final overall ranking, and rewards will be given based on the overall ranking. However, the overall ranking did not come out so quickly and would not be announced until the next day. Everyone returned to the city of Dabi and gathered at the lake in front of Lin Moyu's house. Su Jianqing took the initiative to catch fish and then fish. At the end of the competition, everyone was obviously relaxed. Shui Jilan and Qing Fei both brought out fine wines to let everyone taste the taste of fine wines from different star regions. Among the people present, Su Jianqing's ranking has not yet been determined, and he is obviously still worried. Except for the top 16, the rest of the final rankings will be ranked by Renhuang Network based on each person's overall performance. Different rankings also affect the amount of rewards. Everyone ate grilled fish and drank wine, and talked about the possible rewards. According to the standards of previous 4-star competitions, the most important reward is the qualification to enter the Divine City. Qualifications do not include seeded players, who are either qualified themselves, come from the Divine City, or come from the God of War. They don't need this qualification to enter the city. After eliminating the seed players, the remaining top 1, Act 00 people can qualify to enter the City of God. If the first 100 people are already qualified to enter the Divine City, then additional merits from the Divine City will be awarded. The seeded players will also receive the Divine City merit based on their rankings. Su Jianqing comes from the Divine City and knows the merits of the Divine City best. At this time, Su Jianqing had drunk too much, and his handsome face was red. The most important thing in the Divine City is level. Starting from the ungraded peripheral personnel, there are junior, intermediate, and senior levels. If you want to improve your level, you need to perform meritorious deeds in the Divine City and complete some promotion tasks. The promotion mission is difficult and dangerous. If you don't do it well, you will die. Many people have made enough achievements in the City of God, but they just don't dare to do the mission. But if you can't advance, even if you have the merits of the Divine City, you won't be able to buy too many good things. So there are many people who would rather go outside the city to practice, earn points, and buy supplies. Zhuangbai was a little puzzled. The promotion task is very difficult. Can't we wait until our cultivation level is high before we do it? Tasks that the God King cannot do may become easier for the little God Lord. If even the little god can't do it, then it's okay to wait until the god. Su Jianqing poured himself wine. It's useless. The promotion task is related to your realm. The higher the realm, the more difficult the task is. For example, Dongfang's just wants to complete the level promotion before the god. If he waits until he becomes the god and then completes the promotion task, the difficulty will only be higher than now. Chu Xiong said, the promotion tasks will actually change according to one's own level. This kind of setting really doesn't give people a way to survive. Lin Moyu whispered, this is screening. Zhuangbai also followed suit, and the waves in the sky washed away the sand. Natural selection, survival of the fittest. Qing Fei slowly spit out 8 words. Although Su Jianqing only gave a little information, everyone could already feel that the rules in the Divine City seemed to be more cruel. There is no protection from the Human Emperor network at all. In fact, in the star field outside the Divine City, once the authority reaches level 5, the Human Emperor network will no longer deliberately protect it. Level 5 permissions can already move freely in any area except the Divine City, and many of the tasks that can be accepted are not in the human star domain. The level of danger is equally high. The difference is that tasks with 5th level authority can be freely chosen, while promotion tasks are assigned by the city. In comparison, the promotion mission is naturally more dangerous. But in the Divine City, if you don't upgrade your level, you might as well be outside. According to Su Jianqing, there is a watershed between primary and intermediate levels. Starting from the intermediate level, you can truly enjoy the various resources of the Divine City, which are incomparable to the outside world. Generally speaking, if there are no levels in the Divine City and they are just peripheral personnel, they are not as good as the outside world. If you reach the primary level, it will be the same as the outside world. Start with intermediate and go beyond. It's just that it's difficult and dangerous to level up. Many people will give up. Su Jianqing said while drinking, you should all have heard of the human race's divine path. Chu Xiong was also a little drunk at this time and muttered, nonsense, who hasn't heard of it? The human race divine road is the supreme existence among the human race. If everyone yearns to enter the Divine City, then the ultimate goal is to set foot on the human race divine road. Zhuangbai said, it is said that no one from the human race has set foot on the divine path of the human race for tens of thousands of years. Su Jianqing held up the wine pot. No, it's said to be inaccurate. In fact, every time the human race's divine road is opened, many people go there. Everyone. Su Jianqing paused, burped, and spit out a lot of alcohol. No one has succeeded. Lin Moyu's heart moved. Everyone? Including the god of war? Su Jianqing nodded, and everyone present suddenly felt shocked. What on earth is this human race's divine road? Is it so difficult to walk on it? Even Xiao Zhantian couldn't succeed? At this time, Su Jianqing shook his head again. I don't know, all the people I'm talking about are people from the last 10,000 years. I'm a junior. Juniors can only view so much information. If you want to know more, you have to upgrade your level. I'm just a junior. When I was promoted from a peripheral staff member to a junior, I almost lost my life. That task was so difficult. I think I was just lucky enough to be born in the Divine City. If I were outside, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to enter the divine city at all. Su Jianqing got drunk and talked a lot about the city of God. In fact, they will also know these things after entering the city of God. Su Jianqing is only a junior staff member and doesn't know much. But if you know it earlier, you can always be mentally prepared. For example, they know that after entering the divine city, if they want to leave the divine city, they need to take a special worship. This kind of worship requires the expenditure of magical achievements. If the divine city has insufficient merit, it will not be able to get out. Many peripheral personnel cannot come out and can only stay in the divine city to earn merits from the divine city. In previous years, many people, after learning this, chose to enter the divine city later. Anyway, the qualification to enter the divine city will not expire. The next day, Renhuang Network announced the rankings and rewards of the 4-star competition as scheduled. First place, Lin Moyu, rewarded with 200 divine city merit points. Second place, Zhuang Bai, rewarded with 150 merit points from the divine city. Third place, Qing Fei, rewarded with 100 points for success. Fourth place, Dongfang Zhe, rewarded with 50 points of divine city merit. Fifth place, Zhuang Bai, rewarded with 30 merit points from the divine city. Starting from the 5th place to the 8th place, the rewards for the divine city merit are 30 points. The 9th to 16th place will each be rewarded with 20 merit points from the divine city. After 16th to 100th place, if the player is a seed, 10 success points will be awarded. Among these people, half are not seed players, but come from the 4 major star regions. Among these people, if they are qualified to enter the divine city in the 1st place, they will also receive 10 points of divine city merit like the seed players. If you do not have the qualifications for the divine city, the reward for the meritorious service of the divine city will be reduced to 5 points, and you will have the additional qualification to enter the divine city. In other words, the qualification to enter the divine city is worth 5 merit points of the divine city. This also shows from the side how valuable the achievements of the divine city are. Then there are the rewards for the 100th place. From 100th to 199th place, the reward became 5 points of divine city merit. If you don't have the qualifications for a divine city, you will be given the qualification for a divine city directly, and you won't even be given the 5 points of merit for a divine city. The top 199, excluding 99 seeded players, happen to be businessmen. Su Jianqing was lucky enough to be ranked 198th. Although he was eliminated in the first round, his performance in subsequent games was pretty good and his ranking changed. The Human Emperor Network will consider everyone's level of cultivation. Su Jianqing is almost the lowest level among all players, but it has become a bonus for him. After Su Jianqing saw the ranking, he couldn't help but breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't embarrass the city. Lin Moyu smiled and said, "Okay, your mission to the divine city is completed, and you have earned an additional 10 merit points." Su Jianqing was stunned, and then screamed strangely, "Senior brother Lin, how did you know that I took the mission?" Chu Xiong laughed loudly. "Not only does he know, we all know." "Ah?" Lin Moyu said, "Yesterday you said it to yourself when you were drunk." Su Jianqing suddenly became bitter and said, "Oh, it's so embarrassing. Actually, I shouldn't have taken this task." Zhuangbai came over and patted him on the shoulder. "You already explained the reason for taking this task yesterday. In fact, in my opinion, being able to take this task is a kind of courage." Su Jianqing was drunk yesterday and talked a lot of nonsense. In fact, he shouldn't have come to participate in the 4-star competition this time. There were 2 reasons why he participated in the competition. The first is the experience given by the family. The 4-star domain competition is in the family's experience list. Second, he took on a mission. There is a very strange idea in the city of God. The simpler the tasks, the more no one does them. The safer the task, the more people despise it. If someone does it, it will be looked down upon. The competition in the city of God is fierce, far more fierce than in the outside world. The safer the mission, the fewer merits of the city will be obtained, and the less popular it will be. Many people think that you are a coward for taking on a particularly safe task. But Su Jianqing still accepted it, for the sake of 10 merits and demerits. He used family experience to convince himself. After taking over the task, his pressure became even greater. He suddenly realized that it would be more embarrassing if he accepted the task and failed to complete it. In the eyes of others, it is a rubbish task that no one wants to take. Not only did you pick it up, but you didn't finish it. That would be truly embarrassing and embarrassing. Fortunately, this time he completed the task. The requirement of the mission is to obtain the meritorious service of the Divine City in the 4-star region competition. In other words, Su Jianqing needs to enter the top 200. However, with Su Jianqing's level, it is not easy to enter the top 200. During the entire competition, Su Jianqing never said anything, only talking about family experience. In fact, the psychological pressure he endured was not small. After Su Jianqing's explanation, everyone understood the cause and effect. But Lin Moyu still had doubts in his mind. He felt that Su Jianqing did not look like someone who would accept this task for 10 points of merit in the Divine City. Su Jianqing doesn't want to lose face? There may be deeper reasons inside, but Lin Moyu did not ask. This may involve Su Jianqing's privacy. Zhuangbai whispered, "No matter what, your mission has been completed and you have earned 10 points of merit." Chu Xiong also said, "No matter what others say, the merits of Shunqing are real. If others dare to talk too much, slap them in the face and shut them up. When I enter the Divine City, let me beat up whoever dares to bully you." Chu Xiong patted his chest and boasted loudly. Su Jianqing was also infected by Chu Xiong's arrogance and smiled again. Lin Moyu chuckled and said, "If you have any difficulties, just tell me. I should be able to help with many things." Su Jianqing hummed hard, knowing that Lin Moyu's promise was no joke. Before entering the Divine City, Lin Moyu's magical achievements have already reached 300 points. There are more elderly people than many in the sacred city. Coupled with Lin Moyu's strength, he will definitely be a great figure in the Divine City in the future. Su Jianqing feels that the luckiest thing he has done in recent years is getting to know Lin Moyu. If Lin Moyu hadn't given him a lot of magic weapons this time, he wouldn't have been able to get a good enough ranking in the round robin. Su Jianqing sincerely thanked Lin Moyu. "Brother Lin, I really need you this time." Lin Moyu smiled and accepted his thanks. The players behind 199 do not have the qualifications for the Holy City, nor do they have the merits of the Holy City. Their rewards become points. The points gradually decreased from 10 million, and by the last sentence, only 1 million was left. All personnel's rewards form a huge list, and everyone can view specific information. Renhuang Network tries its best to be fair and impartial. If anyone has any opinions, they are not allowed to raise them and must be suppressed. The 4-star field competition ended, and warships came to the city of the competition one after another, picking up the audience one after another. After picking up the audience, another warship arrived, this time to pick up the players. After the game, everyone went back to their homes to find their mothers. All players who have qualified for the Divine City have received information from the Human Emperor Network. They can choose to enter the Divine City immediately, or they can choose to wait for a while before entering the Divine City. According to Su Jianqing, the Divine City is not open all the time. Every 30 days, the city will be open to the public. If you want to go, you can go to star number 1 in any of the 4-star fields. There is a teleportation array there. Those who are qualified to enter the Divine City can activate the teleportation array to enter the Divine City. The whole process is naturally not as simple as Su Jianqing said, this is just a rough step. Su Jianqing was about to return to the Divine City. He whispered, "Brothers and sisters, how do you decide?" After several people discussed it, none of them wanted to go to the Divine City now. Whether Qing Fei or Zhuang Bai, everyone has his own family. There are still some things to go back to the family to deal with. Only Lin Moyu is alone. It doesn't matter to Lin Moyu whether he can enter the divine city or not. Anyway, he can come out after he goes in. He has 300 points of divine city merit, which is enough to go in and out several times. Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is no problem in going to the sacred city. However, Lin Moyu also wants to visit several other star fields, as well as the outside world. And where is Lin Mohan now? Was his promotion to the God Lord successful? The space was distorted, and a black shadow appeared next to everyone. The shadow couldn't see his face clearly, but everyone recognized him. It was the other side being who was with the 4 territory lords. Everyone saluted to the black shadow at the same time. I've seen you, senior. Su Jianqing's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately knelt on the ground and saluted. You unworthy member of the clan, pay homage to our ancestor. The ancestor of the Su family glanced at Su Jianqing and said, you are not bad. After finishing speaking, he waved to Lin Moyu, come here, let's chat. I'll take Lin Moyu away, you just follow the rules. Patriarch Su left a word, black light enveloped Lin Moyu, and the two disappeared. Several people looked at each other. Zhuangbai looked at Su Jianqing, who had just gotten up from the ground. Is this your ancestor? That's right. Su Jianqing nodded, with a little excitement in his eyes. He was very excited when he was praised by his ancestor, just now. He knew the situation of his family. Patriarch Su was extremely serious and seldom praised others. It was quite an affirmation that he had not been praised by him. Ancestor Su is a legend in the Su family. He has grown up listening to the deeds of Ancestor Su since he was a child. The tall and majestic image of Ancestor Su has long been planted in his heart. Chu Xiong asked, Junior brother Su, what state is your ancestor in? It can't be. Su Jianqing nodded vigorously. The ancestor reached the other side realm a long time ago. Chu Xiong looked surprised and said, the other side of the world, I don't know if it's possible for a 750 kid like me to reach it. Then he discovered that except for himself, neither Zhuangbai, Qing Fei, or even Shui Jilan looked surprised. Chu Xiong asked strangely, Lao Zhuang, aren't you surprised? Zhuangbai said, when Patriarch Su appeared with the 4 domain lords, I guessed that he meant the other side. Zhuangbai was born in a banker family and had a family inheritance. Although no one in his family had ever been to the other side realm, he still knew a little about the realm above the gods. Chu Xiong looked at Qing Fei and Shui Jilan, did you guess it too? Qing Fei nodded, and Shui Jilan also said softly, there are records in the master's sect. The 4 domain masters were obviously very respectful to Ancestor Su just now, so I guessed his identity. Chu Xiong scratched his head, it turns out I was the only one who didn't guess. Zhuangbai chuckled, who doesn't like using your brain? I don't know what old Ancestor Su brought junior brother Lin to talk about. Qing Fei said, do you still remember the old man who sent us here? Zhuangbai nodded, that is also a person from the other side, his aura is very similar to that of Patriarch Su. Qing Fei hummed, when we came to Dabi City before, junior brother Lin and Fairy Han were 1 step behind us, so they were probably left behind by that old senior. According to Qing Fei, Lin Moyu has already had contact with the powerful people in the other side realm. So there is nothing to worry about when Patriarch Su comes to Lin Moyu this time. Chu Xiong tilted his head, do you think that Patriarch Su is interested in junior brother Lin and wants to accept him as his apprentice? After thinking about it a few times, I feel that it is not impossible. Lin Moyu's performance is so outstanding that even if the other side of the world is moved, it is normal. A familiar breath rushed to his face, and Lin Moyu saw the ancient and vast palace again. Then the faint fragrance of tea floated over, penetrated the nose and entered the soul, relaxing the whole soul. Tao tea. This is the best tea that is even higher than enlightenment tea. It was still the simple tea table. Mr. Lin and Wu Xingzuan were sitting at the tea table, seemingly chatting. Mrs. Jade has left. My sister is not here either. Go over and sit down. Old Ancestor Su walked over with Lin Moyu. Mr. Lin chuckled and said, Old man Su, did you see any good seats this time? The black energy on old ancestor Su gradually dissipated, revealing his true face. He was an old man with gray hair and a serious face. His appearance is similar to Su Qingyang's, and combined with Su Jianqing's reaction just now, Lin Moyu already knows his identity. Su Qingyang's grandfather, the ancestor of the Su family. I once accepted his private mission and successfully rescued Su Qingcheng from the netherworld swamp, who had been trapped for thousands of years. Although the two have never dealt with each other, they have crossed paths. But at that time I was still very weak. But now, they are still inferior in terms of strength, but purely from a soul level, the two are already at the same level. There are 2 more teacups on the tea table, and the teapot automatically flies up to add new tea to the teacups. Only then did Lin Moyu notice that this teapot was also a magic weapon, and at least it was a magic weapon of the divine realm, and it also gave birth to spiritual wisdom. The divine magic weapon with the weapon spirit is just used to make tea. If this news spreads, it is enough to make many gods confused. I didn't notice this last time. I was really wrong. After Mr. Su sat down, he said directly, "I brought the champion." Saint Hao chuckled. It's expected that Lin Xiaoyu can win the championship. He was not surprised at all. He knew Lin Moyu's combat power best. Not to mention that the strongest opponents are no more than minor gods. Even if gods take part in the competition, they may not be able to defeat Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, "Lord Xingzuan, where is my sister?" Saint Hao said, "Something happened." Lin Moyu frowned slightly. "Please ask the Holy Master to elaborate." Fairy Han's talent is too strong, and combined with the tea ceremony, it produced incredible effects. Not only will your sister be promoted to a god, she may continue to break through and reach the 3rd level of god or above. Mrs. Yu has already taken your sister to the sacred city for retreat. It may take a while. Being promoted to a god, directly reaching the 3rd level of god or above, this kind of thing will not be similar to anyone who talks about it. Breakthroughs in cultivation have always been step by step, and there has never been a promotion like Lin Mohan's. Ancestor Su on the side was a little surprised. When he came, Lin Mohan was still being promoted to a god, and what happened next was unclear. Mr. Lin sighed at the side, the 36-year-old deity. "If I tell you, I'm afraid I'll scare a few to death." Wu Xingzuan smiled. "Even in ancient times, there has never been a 36-year-old deity." Patriarch Su's eyes flickered. "As far as I know, in ancient times, the fastest person to become a god was over 100 years old." Wu Xingzuan reported a more accurate number, 108 years old. Patriarch Su hummed. "Generally speaking, the gods in ancient times were basically concentrated between 300 and 500 years old. At that time, the 108-year-old gods were already top geniuses." Lin Moyu was also a little shocked when he heard this. Were the practitioners in ancient times so fishy? Most of the deities are concentrated between 300 and 500 years old. Look at this era again. Most of the 300-year-old cultivators are still in the realm of true gods and are still thousands of miles away from the gods. Mr. Lin smiled and said, "Now Fairy Han has broken the record in ancient times, not to mention little friend Lin, which shows that our era is not bad either." Patriarch Su sighed. "It's far from that. That era was so glorious and glorious. Compared with them, we are just a ruined garbage pile." Then he turned to Holy Lord Hao. "Holy Lord, do you have any idea about the exploration of ancient times?" Wu Xingzuan shook his head. "At present, there is not much progress." Patriarch Su sighed. "Is there really nothing we can do?" Saint Hao shook his head. "It's hard to say whether there is any way. It can only be said that we still have hope." As he spoke, he looked at Lin Moyu, and Mr. Lin also looked at Lin Moyu at the same time. Lin Moyu suddenly realized something. The conversation between several powerful people in the other side realm was not random. There was a deep meaning in it, which may be related to him. Lin Moyu said, "Sir, if you have any instructions, just ask." Wu Xingzuan finally shook his head. "You are still not strong enough now. Only when you reach the gods, or even reach the other side, can you come into contact with those things. But we can also tell you some information in advance, and there are some things that you will have to face in the future. The gorgeous and simple palace flew rapidly towards the divine city. The space around the palace has been completely distorted, time and space have become chaotic, and their speed has exceeded the speed of light by countless times. This is a flying method that Lin Moyu has never seen before. It doesn't look like teleportation or space jumping. It seems to have something to do with the laws of space, but it doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. It should be said that this method of movement is too high-end and he cannot understand it yet. Lin Moyu stood in the palace square, feeling this way of movement that he could not understand, and his mind was racing with what Xingzu and Wu had said before. Saint Hao told him some secrets from ancient times, which gave Lin Moyu a deeper understanding of ancient times. The outlines of ancient times become more vivid in my mind. According to what Wu Xingzuan said, ancient times were a period of great prosperity for cultivation, far more prosperous than now. In that era, deities were very common and there were many on the other side. There are many terrifying beings beyond the other side. Cultivation is like a triangular tower. The higher you go, the harder it becomes and the fewer people there are. Just from the base number of the god, we can deduce how strong it was in ancient times. At that time, anyone who broke through to the realm of God after 1,000 years of age was considered mediocre. Most people usually break through to divine status before the age of 700. Those who break through at the age of 500 belong to 02 geniuses. Those who break through at the age of 300 are top talents. Like now, it would be considered good to be able to break through to the gods before the age of 3000. Later, an unprecedented war broke out in ancient times, and that war ended the ancient times. Since then, the number of cultivators has dropped significantly, the speed of cultivation has dropped significantly, and countless secret techniques have been lost. The whole world seemed to have changed. This is true in the modern era after ancient times, and in this era as well. Even, they faced a more serious problem. Saint Hao did not say anything about this issue because they were not completely sure yet. Saint Hao's original words were, "I cannot mislead you with information that is not certain." He hopes that Lin Moyu will find the answer by himself in the future. Lin Moyu understands this. At the same time, Lin Moyu also asked what level is above the other shore realm. Saint Hao's expression became extremely complicated at that time. He said, "That is a level that cannot be described in words. Only when you reach that level can you know." In other words, even he doesn't know. In the subsequent conversation, Lin Moyu also learned that there was such a being in the human race. Just because of some special reasons, the existence of this level has disappeared. Where they went, if they were hidden, or for some other reasons, Wu Xingzuan didn't know. Not only the human race, but also several other powerful races have similar characters. They also disappeared. Nowadays, among all the races in the big world, the strongest person is the other side realm. But there is also a huge gap between the other shore realms. He Shengzhen is the strong man in the other shore realm and is called the Holy Master. Mrs. Yu, Elder Lin, and Patriarch Su all belong to the level that has just stepped into the other side realm. This also made Lin Moyu realize that cultivation in the other side realm is more difficult, and every step forward can produce earth-shaking changes. The gap at each level in the other shore realm is even greater than the gap between the God Lord and the God King. The path of cultivation is endless. It's like sailing against the current, but you can only advance bravely against the rapids. Since I'm here, I have to keep moving forward until I reach the end and have the strength to decide my destiny. The end he thinks of is different from the end other people think of. The end of almost everyone in the big world is to control the runes of the big world. But the big world rune has been broken. Since the great world rune can be broken, it means that the great world rune is not the real end. But Lin Moyu wanted to see what level the guy who disabled the big world runes was at. Perhaps, that is, I must go there. Lin Moyu's heart was full of pride, and his soul stretched out his hand and gently landed on the sleeping coffin, as if he could feel the warmth of his 4 beloved wives. After flying a long distance, the palace finally slowed down. The distorted time and space gradually recovered, and the sense of confusion also disappeared. The layers of fog were peeled away, and the bustling and huge star field appeared in sight. The divine city is not a city. Like the 4 major star regions, it is an extremely prosperous giant star region. There are countless stars in it, billions of stars. Countless light spots flickered inside, and Lin Moyu could feel his extraordinary presence. Here the law becomes extremely obvious, and it becomes easier to practice. Faintly, there seemed to be countless powerful auras surging. At some point, Wu Xingzuan came to him and stood side by side with Lin Moyu. What was your first feeling? Lin Moyu expressed his true thoughts, very powerful. Powerful? Wu Xingzuan chuckled. It's not wrong to use this word to describe it, but most people would say it's very prosperous. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and based on his own feelings, he finally shook his head. No, I still think using powerful is more appropriate. He did feel this way, and the entire divine city gave him a sense of power. This feeling is hard to explain, but it is real. Holy Lord Hao did not continue to dwell on this issue. The divine city actually had other names in the past, such as the human race divine domain and the human race holy land, but Lord God of War later changed it to the divine city. The divine city is a star field. Its scale is larger than the movement of the 4 major stars. Especially the proportion of cultivators inside far exceeds that of the 4 major star regions. For countless years, countless cultivators who have entered the divine city, except for those who have died, have all practiced and lived in the divine city. They improve their strength in the divine city, give birth to children, establish families, or establish sections. Every galaxy in the divine city has a huge family. Maybe in the future, you will also establish your own family power in the divine city. You have the honorary title of the military, and it will be extremely simple to form a power. Wu Xingzuan regarded Lin Moyu as a fellow student, and at the same time he was very optimistic about him, so he was extremely patient with him. If it were anyone else, as a holy lord, I wouldn't be too lazy to talk to you. Lin Moyu asked. Outside the divine city, no one seems to be talking about the situation in the divine city. Saint Hao said, that's because of restrictions. Renhuang Network won't allow it to be mentioned. Even if someone mentions it, Renhuang Network will erase the traces. Lin Moyu thought for a while. For the mystery? Saint Hao laughed. You are very smart, and the mystery is indeed one of the reasons, and there are some other reasons. You will naturally know about this kind of thing in the future. Now we are still far away from the divine city. Let me introduce to you the situation near the divine city. What Saint Hao was talking about was introducing the situation near the divine city, not the situation in the divine city. This made Lin Moyu feel a little surprised. Wu Xingzuan pointed to a location outside the divine city, where there were rows of columnar nebulae. The nebula exudes a hazy light, with countless colors intertwined together, making it extremely gorgeous. Compared to the divine city, nebula is very small. If Xincheng was an adult, the nebula next to him would be only half the size of the adult's finger, or even a little smaller. But Lin Moyu knew that this nebula was actually very big. Wu Xingzuan pointed at the nebula and said solemnly, that is an ancient ruins. Let's name it, fingertip relics, ruins at your fingertips. Ancient ruins. Lin Moyu's heart trembled slightly. As long as it was related to ancient times, it was not simple. The mysterious manor in the battlefield, ancient tombs, netherworld swamps, and the world of Tulu. No matter which one is simple, each one is fatal. And next to the divine city, there is an ancient ruins. And the scale is so big. The palace changed its flight direction, and gradually, Lin Moyu saw the side of the nebula. Viewed from the side, the columnar nebula looks more like fingers. Saint Hao said, when you were at the Suzaku battlefield, you visited several places related to ancient times. Although those places are related to ancient times, they are not very dangerous. But the ancient ruins are different. The ancient ruins are extremely dangerous. Even if we go in, we may not be able to get out. Lin Moyu was shocked again, it was so dangerous. Although the places he went to were related to ancient times, they were indeed not too dangerous for the existence of the other side. There may be dangers in the Tulu realm, but the other shore realm cannot be entered, so the danger is gone. But the ancient ruins on the edge of the divine city are actually so dangerous? Originally, he wanted to take a look, but now his curiosity was immediately extinguished. Saint Hao knew what Lin Moyu was thinking. You will definitely go to the ancient ruins in the future, but not now. What I want to tell you is that the location of the divine city is actually here, and part of it is related to the ancient ruins. What do you think of ancient remains? What do ancient ruins look like? Lin Moyu said instinctively, one finger. Saint Hao laughed out loud and was very satisfied with Lin Moyu's answer. Yes, it's just one finger, and it's a little finger. Following Wu Xingzuan's words, the more I looked at it, the more it looked like it. It was indeed a little finger, and it was also a human's little finger. Then Lin Moyu was shocked. Who could have such a big little finger? If the little finger is this big, how big must the person be? Saint Hao continued to explain, this ancient ruins is about 10 light-years wide and 70 light-years long. We have tried to calculate, and if we use the proportions of a normal human race, if the little finger is as big as a little finger, the height of this person will be approximately more than 1,500 light-years. Isn't it hard to imagine that a person can grow to 1,500 light-years? Lin Moyu was indeed a little surprised. This was beyond his imagination. How can one person be so big? How many galaxies can fit into 1,500 light-years? This kind of person is no longer as simple as crushing the stars. To him, ordinary stars are no different than a piece of hair. It may accidentally pass by, and a star or even a galaxy will explode. With a little shock, Lin Moyu asked, is this a strong man from ancient times? Wu Xingzuan was also a little serious at this time. This should be a terrifying existence that has transcended the other side. This kind of existence has exceeded the scope of our understanding. Lin Moyu said, so you said before that it is an incredible existence that cannot be described in words. Wu Xingzuan nodded solemnly. This kind of existence can be big or small, real or ethereal. What exactly it is like, Tuan can only know when he reaches that level. Lin Moyu nodded, now fully understanding what Wu Xingzuan said. Saint Hao continued, as for this ancient ruins, in the past hundreds of thousands of years, we have been continuously exploring it and harvested a lot of information. It's basically certain that the powerful being died in the battle, and a severed finger of it was left here. Originally, an existence of this level can be reborn with a drop of blood. Even a severed finger is enough to resurrect him. But his enemy was very strong and killed him from the root. The severed finger left behind is just an appearance, and the flesh and blood in it has long since collapsed. However, the power in the severed finger was condensed and never dispersed. After countless years of evolution, it finally became what it is now. That's right. Powerful power, intertwined with various laws, produces changes, thus evolving all kinds of strange and weird things. Lin Moyu is no stranger to this kind of thing. There are many such things on the battlefield. The stronger the power, the weirder the things that evolve, and the more bizarre and incomprehensible things become. You can imagine how scary the things in this ancient ruins in front of you would be. That was left behind by those who had surpassed the other side realm. At that level, even a hair was enough to kill him. Wu Xingzuan warned again, at least you have to wait until you reach the peak of the gods before you are qualified to explore. Lin Moyu nodded to express his understanding. He is curious and serious, but he is not stupid. Naturally, he wouldn't do it if he knew it would cost him his life. The palace continues to approach the divine city. The divine city is rapidly enlarging in sight, and the ruins at the fingertips are also enlarging. Although the palace has slowed down, it is still faster than the teleportation array. The powerful aura of the divine city became more and more obvious, and Lin Moyu finally knew where this feeling of power came from. There is an extremely powerful formation that covers the divine city. The formation is not one, but densely packed with countless formations, billions in number, surrounding the entire divine city and the entire star field. Therefore, enemies who want to get close will be mercilessly attacked by the formation. Moreover, the formation can move the whole body with one move, which is extremely powerful. After the formation, there is an extremely prosperous star field, and the light of the stars becomes brighter and brighter. At the current speed, it will take some time for the palace to truly enter the divine city. There is no teleportation array that can directly enter the divine city, you can only fly in. Saint Hao continued, you will naturally know the specific information in the divine city when you get there. Whether you ask people or check the information on the Human Emperor network, you can find out. There are some special places in the divine city. If you want to take on a mission in the divine city, remember to do it according to your ability. Lin Moyu hummed, indicating that he understood. For the sake of his own life, he will not mess around. Wu Xingzuan suddenly changed the subject, I have a question, I hope you answer it truthfully. His tone suddenly became serious. Lin Moyu knew that there must be something serious, you said. Wu Xingzuan looked at Lin Moyu and asked seriously, did you see anything during the competition? Lin Moyu directly admitted, I saw a rune made of soul fire. Ancestor Su is right, you really discovered it. Tell me what you think. Lin Moyu shook his head, I don't know enough to have any profound opinions. It's okay, just say it. The formation creates living beings, and the runes provide wisdom. The runes of the runes come from the soul fire, and these soul fires come from the souls of strong men of all races. Although it was successful, I feel that this is not the right path. This rune composed of soul fire seems imperfect. It should not be used in this way. Wu Xingzuan's eyes flashed as he listened to Lin Moyu's analysis. It seems that you are quite knowledgeable about runes. Lin Moyu shook his head, I don't understand runes, it's just a feeling. Saint Hao smiled, not understanding yet feeling it, this was better than understanding the runes. It shows that Lin Moyu really has talent in this area. Your senses are very keen, which is a good thing. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can try to study the lower forehead. There is a lot of information about runes in the divine city, which may interest you. The palace does not fly directly to the divine city. It seems to have a fixed route, surrounding the divine city and gradually approaching. The speed is still very fast, but the distortion of time and space is not serious. Lin Moyu can already roughly see the entire city of God. This star field has obvious man-made traces. On the outermost periphery, dozens or even tens of billions of stars are densely arranged. Countless stars form the first line of defense of the divine city. Lin Moyu saw a large number of battleships behind the stars, all of which were at the level of the Divine Lord. Although each warship was not as good as the Divine Lord, if it cooperated with the army, it could compete with the Divine Lord. If hundreds of warships surrounded and killed the God Lord, they would not be able to kill the God Lord. Of course, the premise is that the God will fight to the death and not retreat, and he is not too powerful. Peak gods like Zhu Tian cannot be killed by sheer numbers alone. Battleships formed the second line of defense. After that came the God of War fortresses. The fortresses of the God of War were basically imitations. They were stronger than battleships, but the number was much smaller. The small number is only relative, but it is still millions, so many that it makes one's scalp numb. The true strength of the human race was finally revealed, and Lin Moyu's eyes were opened. He found that the wars he had experienced before were simply child's play. At least 90% of the human race's strength is hidden in the divine city and has not been exposed to the outside world at all. However, Lin Moyu also realized a possibility. If the human race can hide strength in this way, what about other races? In the past, those powerful tribes were able to reach the heart of the human race and invade the divine city. Will their strength be reduced? It seems that every race is not simple. Moreover, these strengths seem to be nothing in front of the strong people in the other side realm. At the level of the other shore realm, quantity loses its meaning again. If it were stronger. That giant, whose body was over 1,000 light-years old, could slap the entire star field to pieces. What does quantity mean? The strongest. We still need the strongest. On the other side of the palace, Patriarch Su asked, what did he say? Patriarch Su asked about the soul fire rune, and he told Wu Xingzuan what he had discovered. Saint Hao said, he doesn't understand runes, but he is very keen on them. How to say? Patriarch Su asked. He said there is something wrong with the soul fire rune, and using soul fire to drive it is probably not the right way. Wu Xingzuan expressed Lin Moyu's feelings. Patriarch Su trembled all over, he actually saw it. He really doesn't understand literature? Wu Xingzuan shook his head, he didn't lie, he really didn't understand. Patriarch Su murmured to himself, he doesn't understand runes, but he can see the problems in them. He has a natural sensitivity to runes. His eyes shone brighter and brighter, he is a genius of runes. No, I want to accept him as a disciple and teach him ancient runes. Saint Hao waved his hand to stop Patriarch Su, no. Patriarch Su was puzzled, why? Saint Hao said, I told him that if he is interested in runes, he can study them on his own, but you can't teach him. Patriarch Su's eyes widened, although you are a saint, you must be reasonable in everything. Don't be anxious. Wu Xingzuan chuckled. The teacup flew into old Ancestor Su's hand, and the teapot automatically flew over to pour tea for old Ancestor Su. Saint Hao said slowly, do you think the ancient runes you studied are 100% correct? Patriarch Su snorted, of course. Oh? Wu Xingzuan said, looking at him with a smile. Ancestor Su showed some guilt, and more than 50% of it was correct. A slight difference is 1,000 miles wrong. Wu Xingzuan's voice slowed down again, but Patriarch Su was unable to argue. Indeed, he has a deep study of ancient runes. Including this time, the Soul Fire Talisman was also researched by him. But what he researched may not be correct. It would not be a good thing if he taught Lin Moyu and passed on wrong ideas to Lin Moyu. Saint Hao said, so let him study it by himself and let him understand it by himself. This is the most correct method. Ancestor Su is still a little unwilling, but this will waste a lot of time. Wu Xingzuan smiled and said, if something goes wrong, more time will be wasted. If you want, you can give him the ancient rune information you collected, but you are not allowed to mix it with your own thoughts. Why? Patriarch Su knew that he could not defeat Wu Xingzuan. After thinking for a long time, he finally sighed heavily, okay, I know. When he reaches the peak of the god, I will show him the rune information. Ancient runes are not something that can be studied casually, they require realm support. If the realm is not enough, even if many things are understood, they are illusory and have no foundation. In the field of ancient runes, Ancestor Su has come a long way. Although it is not entirely correct, what he said is still authoritative. The realm is equivalent to the root of ancient runes. If the realm is insufficient, there is no use in building a tower. Just like Lin Moyu, with amazing keenness, discovered that the soul fire rune was not quite correct. But he couldn't point out what was wrong, and there were many things he couldn't understand. This is the difference in realm. Patriarch Su thought for a while, although I can't teach him runes, there are some things I still want to say to him, so don't stop me. Wu Xingzuan gestured, as you wish. Patriarch Su drank the Tao tea in one gulp and walked towards Lin Moyu. There is something on my mind, and it seems that even the tea is no longer fragrant. Patriarch Su came to Lin Moyu in 2 or 3 steps. Little friend Lin, I heard that you are very interested in runes? Lin Moyu nodded, Senior, if I read correctly, the soul fire runes in the competition should be arranged by you. Patriarch Su was a little surprised, how did you know? I feel the aura of my senior on the runes. Lin Moyu told the truth. Patriarch Su couldn't help but sigh, you are really keen, you can sense this. The runes are indeed from his hand, so he knows his own runes best. Lin Moyu's soul has reached the other side realm, but not all other shore realms can sense his breath. Ancestor Su continued, "Rune is a very profound knowledge. You should know the runes of the big world." Lin Moyu nodded. As long as he is a cultivator, who doesn't know the runes of the big world? It is common sense. Mentioning the Great World Runes, Patriarch Su's voice became deeper. The Great World Runes are the foundation and root of our world. No matter what spells or laws, they are all evolved from the runes of the big world. So studying runes is actually studying the foundation of this world. If one day you can thoroughly study the Great World Runes, you might be able to control the Great World Runes and become the master of this world. The deep voice had a hint of charisma, seeming to arouse Lin Moyu's interest in runes. Unfortunately, Lin Moyu didn't take the bait at all. Lin Moyu is determined and will not be tempted by any external forces. His interest in runes is purely spontaneous. In fact, Lin Moyu really wanted to tell Mr. Su, "You don't have to say that, just say it if you have something to do." After Patriarch Su finished speaking, he paused for a few seconds before continuing. There are two types of runes. One is the runes we commonly use now, called ordinary runes. These runes are relatively easy to understand. There is another type called ancient runes, which are much higher level, but difficult to understand. If you want to learn ancient runes, the best way is to master the ordinary runes first, and then touch the ancient runes. I have a piece of information on common runes here, just give it to your little friend as a gift. When my little friend reaches the peak of God status in the future, God will show me the information on the tongue rune. Lin Moyu received a jade book with several large characters engraved on the cover like dragons and phoenixes, runes. Symbols has about 100 pages, and each page is made of extremely thin jade sheets. The jade pieces have been specially treated and are extremely strong, even the gods can hardly destroy them. Simply speaking, from the material point of view, it has gone beyond the scope of God realm materials. At least the materials from the other side realm are extremely precious. An idea suddenly came to Lin Moyu's mind. If he used it to summon an elemental lich, what level of elemental lich could he summon? Such absurd thoughts passed by in a flash and were immediately suppressed. If Lin Moyu dares to do this, Patriarch Su will definitely strangle himself to death. He could see that this rule was very valuable. Patriarch Su stood aside and warned, "Many of the runes in the book require gods to learn and comprehend, especially the runes about laws. When you are in the divine realm, the main thing is to understand the runes and have a clear understanding of the runes. Some other basic information about runes can be checked by yourself when you arrive at the city." Lin Moyu can understand the meaning of his words, which means that the runes I give you are relatively high-end. As for basic knowledge, you should learn it yourself and understand it yourself. Lin Moyu saluted Patriarch Su, "Thank you, Senior." Patriarch Su hummed, "You should study slowly. Runes are a very profound knowledge. It is more difficult to master it than to understand the laws. Don't be impatient." After speaking, he turned and left. Lin Moyu didn't check out rune immediately. He had never had any formal contact with runes since he changed jobs and started training. The earliest runes I saw and came into contact with came from an. But that's because of Meng Anwen's profession. Meng Anwen is an array master, and the runes he uses are also various array talismans. Those runes are equivalent to his spells. He does not need to deliberately understand and learn them, and he cannot teach them to others. After arriving in the big world, I did see some runes, but they were all scattered and not systematic. If he wants to learn runes, the best way is to start from the most basic and study systematically. Lin Moyu didn't know why, but he seemed to be very interested in runes. After seeing the soul fire rune, I actually felt familiar, as if I had seen it somewhere before. From that moment on, curiosity about runes was ignited. He calmed down, cleared his mind, and allowed his spirit and soul to be unified and concentrated. Then he opened the jade book. The first page of rules has a rune engraved on it. The runes are not complicated, they only amount to about 10 strokes in total. At first glance, they look crooked and have no sense of beauty at all. All kinds of runes I have seen before, even the lowest ones, are far more beautiful than this. Not only beautiful, but far more complex than that. But after reading it a few more times, I discovered that this rune has a peculiar charm. Although it is simple, it contains extremely profound principles. And the more you watch, the more obvious this feeling becomes. The runes are no longer ugly, they are becoming more and more beautiful, more and more beautiful. Lin Moyu's attention was unconsciously attracted to the runes. Then the soul power moved naturally and touched Qing. In an instant, the entire rune seemed to come alive, and Lin Moyu understood the true meaning of this rune at this moment. If this rune is described in the language of the big world, it has an elaborative meaning. It explains various information about runes. It is not basic knowledge, but tells Lin Moyu how runes are classified and what their functions are. It is equivalent to the instruction manual of the entire rule. The runes continue to resonate with the soul, and a large amount of information is transmitted from the runes. The first page of rules began to sparkle. On the tea table not far away, Mr. Lin said with a smile, "You are really willing to give him all the rules. This is your hard work. Are you really giving it to him like this?" Patriarch Su nodded, "This thing is true, but it is no longer useful to me. The little guys at home are not up to par, and they can't read the records inside." Mr. Lin was not surprised. "It's not like you don't know how difficult it is to resonate with Guyu. Even you must have spent 10 years to resonate with him before." Patriarch Su hummed, "Indeed, I don't know how long it will take Lin Moyu to resonate with him." Mr. Lin smiled and said, "What is the best record among the juniors in your clan?" Patriarch Su said, "The best record is probably 3 months, but you can only read the first 10 pages, not the rest." At this time a strange breath came over. Ancestor Su was startled and turned around to look. I saw that Lin Moyu's whole body was surrounded by a ball of light. The ball of light was naturally the poetry in the hands of the visitor. Patriarch Su looked at Lin Moyu with wide eyes and was speechless for a long time. Mr. Lin was also shocked. How could it be so fast? Wu Xingzuan was shocked and showed a meaningful smile. He is optimistic about Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu's performance did not disappoint him. Symbols is not a simple book that can be read just by looking at it. To say it is a book, it is more like a magic weapon. To see what's inside, you need to resonate with it. This kind of resonance is very strange. It does not mean that your soul is strong enough to resonate. It took old ancestor Su a full month to resonate with his soul in the other side realm. The shorter the resonance time, the stronger the talent in the rune. On the contrary, it means there is no talent. Su Laozu is 1 month, and Lin Moyu is less than 10 minutes. The difference between them has been immeasurable. After a long while, Patriarch Su murmured, "I'm really not qualified to teach him." Saint Hao chuckled, "You don't have to belittle yourself. Looking at the big world, your research on ancient runes is well deserved to be ranked first." Patriarch Su shook his head and smiled bitterly, "That's only the first place for now. He will surpass me soon." Saint Hao said, "I have a way to keep you first." "What can I do?" Patriarch Su asked immediately. "Kill him." Saint Hao pointed at Lin Moyu. Patriarch Su knew that the Holy Lord was joking with him, so he said angrily, "Although you are the Holy Lord, if you tease me like this, I will still fall out." Wu Xingzuan burst out laughing, "You are just too serious. It would be nice to joke around occasionally." Patriarch Su ignored him and looked at Lin Moyu, amazed. He was simply born for the rune. Elder Lin suddenly thought of something and whispered, "If we can study those ancient runes thoroughly, can we unlock some secrets from ancient times?" Saint Hao's eyes were thoughtful, maybe not. But it's still early, and all of this will have to wait until he sets foot on the other side. Mr. Lin chuckled, "But no matter what, there is hope, right?" "Yes, at least there is hope." Lin Moyu resonated with rune at this moment, and a huge rune appeared in front of his eyes, conveying a large amount of information. This information seemed to open up a new world for Lin Moyo. He knew the functions of runes and their general classification. Runes are the foundation of the Great World, and all runes have the same source, the Great World runes. In this world, rules, power, realms, spells, and the laws of the entire world can all be explained by runes. Learning to master runes is equivalent to mastering the world, and the ultimate goal is to control the runes of the big world,